Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you in my hometown of Aviemore, which is well known as being the centre of the universe. I'm delighted to welcome the Housing Minister, Paul McLennan, and over 100 delegates from a wide range of public and private sector, whose input, together with Scottish Government and Highland Council representatives, will be invaluable in addressing the housing challenge we face in the Highlands. Those of you who are from out with the area will no doubt have noticed just why Baden and Strathspey is the jewel in the crown of the National Park, and why it's so popular with tourists and locals alike, even on a dreich day like this. Despite, or possibly because of, our vibrant tourism economy, we suffer from exactly the same problem as the rest of the Highlands: a lack of homes for our workforce to work in and live, particularly affordable homes, whatever that term, I suppose, means. Affordable housing is an issue that's raised by communities all across the Highlands, and for this reason, it's a high priority in the Highland Council's programme, and why council members have declared a Highland Housing Challenge. The Highlands are currently entering a phase of huge economic growth, which we've not seen for a generation at least. Developments such as the Green Freeport and the massive potential for renewable energy will bring with them a period of prosperity which will ensure our young people are able to unleash their potential, develop their skills, and importantly, remain in the Highlands. But, and it's a very big but, we urgently need to develop the additional housing which will allow these developments to happen. Housing of all types, not just the essential affordable market, but also for the private buyer and those looking for executive homes. Housing is fundamental to the economic prosperity of the Highlands as a whole, and there is little point in providing a massive number of well-paid jobs if people can't find a place to live. Bringing the envisaged housing solutions to the Highlands is a key component of economic growth. That economic growth is required for the area over the next 20 years, helping us seize important energy and industrial development opportunities, create benefits, and sustain both our rural and urban communities. There are also so many wider socio-economic benefits in providing more housing, including boosting the construction industry, regeneration of our town centres, and reversing the depopulation of our communities. These benefits will continue over the longer term through savings on housing benefit, reducing homelessness, increasing employment, and improving the health and well-being of our residents. So it cannot be beyond our collective knowledge to think of ways to make a difference in the housing market. And the end result of today's summit has to be focused on deliverable outcomes. It cannot be yet another talking shop full of platitudes about what we could do in the future. It has to be about the delivery of the vast numbers of dwellings of all types we so desperately need, both now and in the future. So enough from me. Please put your thinking caps on and feel free to contribute to today's discussions, and enjoy the rest of the day. I'll now hand you over to Sara.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lobban. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Prosper has a proud history of bringing government and business together to seize economic opportunities and make a difference to the challenges facing Scotland. With members from across Scottish society, from charities to local authorities and micro-businesses to multinationals, we think and act bigger picture and longer term. Scotland's strength has always been in its ability to adapt, innovate and lead. From oil and gas to renewable energy, from digital technologies to advanced manufacturing, the opportunities for growth are immense. Yet with those opportunities come challenges. Challenges we can only overcome by working together across sectors, industries and communities. Secret to our members' success is their recognition that it takes all of us to build a successful economy. Strong public services and a thriving third sector, world-class education and training, and strong communities underpin successful businesses and vice versa. Membership of Prosper shows a commitment to working in partnership and leveraging those assets to create a better future for Scotland in a global economy. We're at a pivotal time for the economy, with both governments embracing growth as a priority. But that growth and the shift to net zero and a digitally enabled future can't come if we don't have enough houses. Housing continues to be a barrier to growth for many industries, but it also underpins our quality of life and impacts on our health, education, and equality of opportunity. So finding ways to overcome the various challenges will continue to be at the top of the to-do list for government and industry and wider society. So I'm delighted you could join us today as we come together to find solutions. As well as the discussions we're having today, the Highland Council would love you to share your views on 3 key questions. How do we work together across the public-private partnership to maximise the availability of additional private finance? What levers or mechanisms, locally and nationally, can we deploy to maximise the availability of land to support an action plan to meet the housing challenge? How do we maximise the capacity of delivery partners, and what kind of support would aid delivery? Your responses will help further progression of all the actions in the plan. So if you please scan the QR code that is on your tables to give your responses to one or all of these questions at any time during the day, or if you want to think it over, you can respond tomorrow once you've digested everything. The link will be emailed to you at the end of the day so that you can open it at your leisure. So I'd now like to hand over, and it's my pleasure to hand over to the Chair of Housing and Property, Councillor Glynis Campbell Sinclair.
Thank you, Sara. Today I'm going to cover the Highland context. This is a time of great opportunity. We have growth across many sectors, investment, job creation, and a huge range of natural resources. We have a green Freeport. We are the epicentre for green energy development. We are a major international tourism destination, and we announced the Highland Council investment programme in May 2024 with a commitment of £2.1 billion of investment over the next 20 years. This is also a time for change in this is also a time for challenge in Highland Council. We have a declining population in some areas, young people leaving for a range of reasons, including housing time, to reverse this trend. Growth in our elderly population. We need to think about how we sustain people in their own homes, or a different type of home, in their own homes rather than having to go into care homes, and rural models are required. There's also a vital need for core services to sustain and support our communities and enable them to thrive: medical facilities, childcare, education, transport, and of course housing. The Highland Housing Challenge. Housing is at the heart of and it underpins growth, development, and our communities themselves. It's why the Council announced a housing challenge back in June, acknowledging there is a challenge with current and future housing supply in Highland. In 2021, we estimated that just over 9,000 homes would be needed over the next 10 years, around 70% affordable and 30% market. This was revised at the start of this year to take account of the Freeport and the creation of around 8,000 jobs, to the need for over now 24,000 houses over the next 10 years, 70% of these being market homes and 30% affordable. This doesn't take account of all the other energy infrastructure development emerging. In many ways, this is an extremely positive sign. It shows the strength of the economy and growth in Highland, but it does mean more houses are required that predicted to be built at present. It's vital that action is taken to address that challenge, but no one organisation can tackle this. It will take government, local and national, investors, developers and employers and communities themselves to work together to address the challenge. What was announced in June, the challenge identified 3 key areas that we need to jointly focus on in order to address the challenge. Increasing finance for housing, opportunities for considering different models for investment, which we'll consider this afternoon, opportunities for using the opportunities through the Freeport, which Callum McPherson will talk about later today, considering deliverability of housing as part of large-scale infrastructure developments and legacy housing opportunities. And I've got on here XXX from SSE, but I'm sure that you all saw the announcement this morning from SSE about them going to be building houses in Highland, and they're going to speak about that this afternoon. We're also going to try and increase the number and variety of developments, developing a mix of housing tenure across all parts of Highland area, including our rural areas. How we can better develop the build-to-rent market in the Highland. This is strong elsewhere in the UK, but not in the Highlands. Considering how the Council and/or Scottish Government can support or be a guarantor for development, and how the Council can support developers to progress projects quickly, and Councillor Ken Gowans will look at how the planning process could support this. Increasing land supply, and developers here will be grateful to hear this. We need to consider how we can increase land supply to deliver the new homes needed across Highland. The new local development plan will be critical to supporting this. And we want today to use this as an opportunity to begin the call for sites as part of the new local development plan process. That is a key role of the Council to ensure that the supply of sites meets the needs for the future. This has been brought forward, and I would encourage all developers and landowners to begin the process of submission now. Can we use some of the new tools provided by Scottish Government, such as master planning consent areas, to enable land development? And MacLeod will speak to you about this later this morning. And also, how can we remove infrastructure and land challenges across the region? So that is why we are gathered here today, representatives from government, local and national, from public sector organisations, from private sector organisations and employers, from investors, developers. We all have a common aim to address and tackle the housing challenge. We're going to hear from a range of speakers through our panel sessions that will look at the 3 key areas: demand, increasing supply and finance. You'll hear from them about their ideas, experience and proposals in the plenary for each. There is the opportunity to question and give your suggestions and solutions. In the final session, we'll bring those different elements together to consider how we can create a shared action plan to meet the housing challenge in Highland. The opportunities here are real, and working together, I hope we can realise them. Thank you.
Glynis, hopefully you're going to come and join us on the panel. Sorry, shouting. And I'd like to invite the rest of the panel to come and join me, please, on the stage. So I have Alistair Dodds from Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Gillies from Haventus, Frazer Coupland from Lochaber Chamber of Commerce, and I've got SSEN Transmission, but I don't have a name. Reveal yourself. Hiya, Mary. Thank you very much, Glynis. So if I could move next then to Alistair. Over to you to talk to us about economic demand. Do you want me up here or here? Well, wherever you like. But feel free to come up to the podium. That's perhaps best, isn't it?
Thanks very much, Sara, and good morning, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. This is really a time of unprecedented economic growth across the Highlands and Islands, which of course HIE is particularly interested in. It's been quite incredible just what's developed over the last couple of years and what's going to happen over the next 10 to 15 years. We talk regularly with businesses and communities across the Highlands and Islands. We have these open engagement sessions, and the thing that comes back continually is the need for skills, the need for people, and where the people live, but housing. And these are the things that really come up time and again that are going to be important to you businesses here, but also our communities. I think it falls to everyone today, and you've heard that message already from the convener of the council and also from Councillor Campbell Sinclair, that it falls to everyone that we work together to get solutions. I don't think there is one solution here, but it would be an absolute disgrace if we cannot take the advantage of the opportunity that's about to come up and has already started. It's not easy. We need plots, we need rental housing, we need houses to buy. So we've got to keep an open mind on how we take this forward. Councillor Campbell Sinclair has already spoken about the need for social housing, and that's absolutely essential. But we've also got to look at how we take forward housing out with that, and it's really pretty vital that we do when you see the scale of the opportunity. The Highlands and Islands Regional Economic Partnership and HIE have funded research which is currently being undertaken, but we've got some preliminary figures on this. And this is about the nature and scale of the transformational economic opportunity and what's needed to support the delivery of that. At the moment, and this is still quite early stages in the development of that information, we're talking about in the next 10 to 15 years, over £110 billion worth of investment. We're talking about roughly, I suppose an approximation at the moment, of 85,000 job years. Now, when I say 85,000 job years, don't confuse that with 85,000 jobs. That would be wonderful, but I've already, I think, confused one minister over these figures. Again, we reckon that it could be between 35 and 55 billion pounds of increase in GVA. So quite early days, but really big figures and big opportunity. Some examples of the growth that we are seeing or hearing about, big announcement this morning from SSEN, but there could be over 6,000 workers in the next 5 to 6 years across the Highlands and Islands, but a lot of that will take place in the Highland region. Pump storage hydro schemes, over 10 projects already listed. The Green Freeport, and we'll hear from Callum later, no doubt, but you know, an approximation of 10,000 plus jobs being cited. Scotland, 17 projects with around 4,000 jobs. Sumitomo, already announced and starting to get going, over 300 jobs. Russia Engineering, another manufacturing business roundabout, over 250 research and development jobs. There are other onshore wind projects. There's port and harbours investment, over £1 billion worth of investment across 16 ports and harbours over the next 6 years. Kishon Port, speaking to Alistair Ferguson this morning, and he's talking about potential growth of over 1,000 jobs on the west coast in a small community. There's also, and this goes beyond energy, it goes beyond manufacturing, but you add that to growth in the space sector, growth in distilleries, growth in aquaculture, nature-based jobs round about peatland and forestry, tourism, huge, still a huge opportunity for the Highlands and Islands, creative industries, and not forgetting the public sector. One of the things we hear about from our partners is that we offer jobs, whether it's NHS or other organisations. People accept these jobs and then have to turn them down because there's no suitable housing. Now, again, that's a bit of a disgrace. So, lots of constraints related to these opportunities, and I'm sure we'll hear about these today. Some of it's funding, but just realising the cost of housing in the Highlands and Islands. It's about planning. I was asked by my colleagues in the council not to mention planning, but it does come up in our conversations when we talk to businesses and communities about the time taken. About infrastructure, the cost of infrastructure, and sometimes the delay in getting utility connections, all really important for us. We really need to boost the SME building sector. It's one thing saying, yes, we've got funding, but we still need companies, organisations to deliver these housing. Lack of pipeline certainty comes up as well. So quite a few things round about, but the thing I'd add at the end, which I think sometimes holds us back, is about collaboration, working together, both, and we heard that earlier in the introduction, that working together across the private, public and the third sector to make sure that we're really starting to plough ahead and make inroads. I don't need anyone else to tell me now, because it's come up over the last 2 or 3 years, that housing is an issue. There's no point in coming up here and saying housing is an issue. What we need is action. What we need is to deliver houses, not just in the Inner Murray Firth, but right across the Highland area today. Because the opportunity is right over the Highland region. I mean, it's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. But we must work together to deliver houses. Now, some of that will, in the short term, be things like worker accommodation, short-term worker accommodation, but it's also getting permanent opportunity. Quite interesting, I've been on the board now for about 10 years, and 10 years ago it had been absolutely unheard of for Highlands and Islands Enterprise to be involved in housing or housing projects. That has changed, because the message is, if we want economic growth, then we've got to have housing. Economic growth is a function of Highlands and Islands Enterprise. That's why we're involved, and that's why we'll continue to work with you all to try and make this a success, because I think there is so much opportunity. I've probably gone on long enough. I could probably go on longer, but I would just like to say that there's organisations like the Highlands and Islands Regional Economic Partnership, which Councillor Bremner chairs, is working on housing as well. We take the opportunity through that organisation to talk to ministers and really making sure that ministers understand that sometimes you need a different solution for the Highlands and Islands. There's no point in taking an urban policy and just thinking that's going to work. The government always talks about place. Place is really important here. So it can't be about precedence. It has to be about what are the circumstances of the Highlands and Islands and how do we recognise these working together. So I think I've probably gone on long enough, probably too long. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Alistair. And I think you've set out really, really clearly for us there the scale of the opportunity that we have before us and why it's so important that we fix this. And we're beginning to understand the rules of engagement now, so no mention of the P word. So if I could invite next Gillies, please, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Haventus. Lewis.
Thank you, Sarah, and good morning, everybody. There's a real buzz to the Highlands and Islands at the moment, and you know, my reference point is when I grew up here many decades ago, and I went to university and I went away to work because opportunities didn't present themselves for me to come back here. So after all these decades, without dating myself or aging myself, it's lovely to come back and just feel this buzz that's here. And the buzz that's here, I believe, is created by the opportunities that are in front of us. I mean, you know, I had no idea of the scale of the aquaculture industry. I had no idea of the scale of the challenge of the onshore networks to carry all this electricity away. I had no idea of just the amount of onshore wind development before you even get to offshore development that was going on. So it's a massive opportunity that that is here, that is in my mind actually creating this buzz, and I don't see housing as anything other than another opportunity. We talk about it as a challenge, but actually it's also an opportunity. And if we start dealing with it now, there's a chance that we can actually deliver on what's required. So talking about, why are we as Haventus here? It's got nothing to do with the Highlands and it's got nothing to do with housing. We are here because of an energy opportunity that's in front of us. If you look at what's going on in energy policy in Scotland, in the UK, and all through Europe, and actually all through the world, everybody is driving towards net zero, and everybody is driving, away from fossil fuels, and but also towards energy security. And if you put all of those things together in a UK or Scottish context, even, we've got rapidly increasing electricity demand because we're having to change our cars and our heating and everything to electricity. And you've got to meet that demand. For me, actually, in Scotland, you've got very limited options. You basically need to do renewables. So when people talk about the potential opportunity, I don't see the potential. This has to happen. Otherwise, the lights are going to start going out. So it's a question of when, not if. And that assertion there is what made us confident enough to invest several £100 million in the Alasdair energy transition facility without a single customer signed up. And, I certainly hope that risk will be rewarded one day. I have a firm belief that it will, because I believe that actually the electricity demand is there, and I believe there are not a lot of options around actually meeting the supply. So we are ploughing on with the development at the site. If you come by and see, we spent a year. We bought the place last March. Spent a year consenting. We started construction this year. There's about 500 people on site when I was there yesterday. Our quay wall should be complete in the next month. The facility should be open next year. And we're working on, bringing the customers towards us now. Bringing 500 people who are transient for a project, housing them was in itself a challenge. But as we look forward, and we're now starting to look at our phase 2 development, building a second phase of quay and actually bringing what I would call bigger, more substantial people consuming businesses to the site. And I would like to get to that investment decision in the next couple of years. That's going to create a real demand for not transient project people who are going to build stuff for us, but long-term staff on the site. And, that will be everything from manual labour to some very, very sophisticated executive roles and professional roles. So we need to provide, housing for these people, because our experience over the last year, I think we have probably rented about 24 houses now just to house the people that we've recruited already. Because, as I say, some of them are transient and they're not moving here. But what we've found from that experience, and actually from my own personal experience of buying a house, there's not a whole lot of supply of the type of house I was looking for. So I would expect, if things go well on our site and we make this second phase investment in the next couple of years, by the end of this decade, I would expect to have about 3,000 people working on the site, and these will not be transient jobs, they will be permanent jobs, and all of those people are going to need a place to live, but they're going to need a place to live with their families, and they're going to need all the infrastructure that goes with the housing. We mustn't forget the infrastructure. Build houses at your peril if you don't build the schools and you don't build the roads and you don't build the supermarkets and everything else that you need to support these people. And the reality is these people will come, and if we don't supply housing, then there'll become an acute shortage of housing, and house prices will increase, and that will make it very difficult for locals. And I've seen that in many places around the world. We don't want to get to that either. So I see the housing as an opportunity for the house builders, a bit like I see the port as an opportunity for me and my investors. I think there's an element of, those who take some risk, a bit like we did, and get ahead of this will probably, see some reward from it. So it's a huge opportunity for the Highlands and Islands. And people talk about it being a once in a generational opportunity. I think it's a once in a a once ever opportunity here, and we've got to really work together between, you know, all the government bodies and the council bodies and industry and the housing developers, and figure this out so that people don't become the thing that constrain the growth of the opportunity here. Thank you.
I think we're really beginning to get a very real sense there of this is ours to lose, and actually ensuring that what's going on here is understood beyond Scotland at UK level and internationally is going to be incredibly important. So lots to do there. If I could come next to Frazer from Lochaber Chamber of Commerce. Frazer, over to you.
Thank you. I've learned over the years it's good to be first on the panel because nobody nicks everything you're going to say. But in 2022, ourselves, Lochaber Chamber of Commerce, Cairngorm Business Partnership and Sky Connect did a business housing needs assessment. And we kind of, with 56 degrees north, and we kind of went into that with our eyes open, almost conceitedly thinking that we knew what would come out of it. We knew what they were going to say, that there wasn't enough houses and we needed to build more, and where the problems were. I think one of the biggest shocks, certainly for me and for industry in Lochaber, came out was that we didn't really understand what the housing demand was. We had a good idea within our individual businesses. We knew the crises that were going on within our businesses where we were employing people, bringing people into the area, and there was no housing stock available. They would stay for a certain amount of time and then they would move on. We knew in our businesses that we were improving the skills, we were getting apprentices, they were sort of staying at home, they were having a good time, but when it came to that next step in those young people's life, because of the lack of housing, because of the lack of infrastructure, they moved on, they moved out of area. So sometimes that lack of housing, lack of infrastructure was exacerbating the problems that we have in industry. I think one of the things that we tried to do after we got the results of that, and we then went back to industry and said, can you survey the young people within your organisation, and are they on that housing list? Do they even know what that housing list is? And I would sort of say, as a sweeping generalisation standing here today, we've probably got 2 generations now, maybe even 3, that haven't engaged with that housing list. They think it's nothing to do with them. It's just a thing. So I think as a point of crisis, certainly in the rural Highlands, is that we actually have to get a better handle on what is the housing need and what is the housing need likely to be in the future. We've got some pressure points, and you won't be too surprised to hear that they're Argyll, Bute, North West Sutherland, Wester Ross, Outer Hebrides, Lochaber and Skye. They're all on the west coast. Funny that, isn't it? But there is huge potential for economic growth, and I am privileged in my position with the Chamber, where I get to meet with many businesses, Ferguson's, BSW, aquaculture, where the reality is that there is investment there to be made. They want to make investment, but it's reaching a stage of, can we make that investment elsewhere because things are not moving quickly? I managed to do that without mentioning the P word, so I'm quite pleased with myself. Things are not moving quickly enough. We're not able to make decisions and move fast and move at the speed that industry needs to make. I know it's a circle. It's not just housing, it's infrastructure, it's skills, it's all these things. But I think the one message that I've heard from the first 2 speakers is it is about collaboration. So I suppose my closing notes for this morning are, we don't need more regulations. We need smarter regulators. And we need to see from the Highlands courageous leadership. We need to take that message from the Highlands to UK and to the Scottish Government and make sure they fully understand what's going on here, because I actually sometimes don't think they do. And I'm delighted to be part of today, and I hope that today we can come away with a unified voice to make sure that we let our governments know what's going on in the Highlands and what the potential is, and that we maximise the opportunity in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frazer. And I share that analysis of the lack of understanding, both at Scottish level but also UK level. We need to get folks up here so they understand what's going on. If I could come next, please, to Mary from SSEN Transmission. Mary, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We're at SSEN Transmission. We're responsible for developing the electricity transmission network across the north of Scotland. We've got a strategic objective, of course, to enable the transition to a low-carbon economy by building the network that will transport renewable electricity. And this involves a £20 billion upgrade of the electricity transmission network between now and 2030. So a significant economic and employment opportunity, of course, will support around 9,000 jobs across Scotland. It means building overhead lines, undersea cables and substations. So what does that mean for the Highlands? We've got 3 groups of projects in the Highlands. My colleague Jamie is here, is responsible for most of them. And I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you about them over the course of the day. In the North Highlands, between Beaulieu and Spittal, we have a substation, subsea cable, and a new overhead line and other substations. My colleague Sophie is here today and is responsible for delivering that, so no pressure, Sophie. But Sophie's also responsible for coordinating our approach to worker accommodation in the North Highlands. Similarly, in the Central Highlands around Beaulieu, we've got a subsea cable connecting the network out to the Western Isles, an overhead line going out to Peterhead, and a converter station connecting into the new substation in Beaulieu. I can see people making notes. It's all on our website. We've got a really great map that you can click on details of all of these projects. Also, we have a Skye reinforcement running from Fort Augustus out to Skye to upgrade an existing transmission network that was actually constructed between 1956 and 1989, so it's reaching the end of its operational capability. So what does this mean for housing demand, which is what I've been asked to kind of run through for you today. We've got 3 of our principal contractors in the room today, Balfour Beatty, BAM and Murphy, all major infrastructure companies in their own right who are actually delivering the work on the ground. And together in the Highlands with Wood and Amexam and ourselves, our numbers for transient workers show a bell curve, so gradually increasing from 2025 and dropping down by 2030 when the projects will be complete. By Q3 in 2027, at the maximum, we'll be looking to have over 2,000 workers mobilised on site in the Highlands across all of those projects. Now, obviously, we'll maximise local supply chains and local employment, but inevitably, the majority of those workers are going to be transitory and need to be housed, and that's why we have a housing strategy which is being launched today, and my colleague Karen will talk you through that this afternoon. Our principal contractors are all doing heroic work to deliver this locally, and as you mentioned earlier, collaboration is key. So we're collaborating, and they are collaborating with the council, with RSLs and house builders. I think together we've developed a really good collaborative approach to how we might house those workers and leave behind some housing legacy. So the approach is a blended one. We'll be spreading the demand across temporary accommodation villages, which is a historical way that an infrastructure company would accommodate transitory workers, and hotels. But we've also developed an approach in collaboration with lots of people in this room to using our investment in temporary accommodation to release new house building in various ways. So Karen will run you through that later. So probably to summarise our demand, we expect it to be spread across several different opportunities for supply, which will create opportunities in the economy. And we're working really hard to positively contribute to housing supply in the longer term. So our demand is a little bit different than historically an infrastructure company would have been, in that we have a demand for temporary worker accommodation, but SSEN Transmission also has a demand for housing legacy. and it's to lots of our partners and collaborators great credit that many organisations have stepped up to work with us on supplying that housing legacy as well. So a real opportunity in the Highlands for that, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mary. And I think, again, we're getting a really clear sense of the careful orchestration that needs to happen here to get this to work. And I'm really mindful, I have 2 nieces who live in the Highlands, both of whom live in houses that were built for workers in the kind of 40s and 50s. So it's worth building good stuff. So I'm going to come back again to Councillor Campbell Sinclair, who's going to say a word or two about demand as well.
I can see the convener rolling his eyes. I'm speaking again. Firstly, I really would like to thank the Highland Council officers for working tirelessly over these past few weeks to get this show on the road. A huge personal thanks to Malcolm MacLeod, Alan Maguire and Brian Cameron. I am reminded that in China the word crisis should always be accompanied by the word opportunity, and I hope that today we will grasp the opportunity to try to meet the Highland Housing Challenge. I will give a brief introduction to the complex area of housing demand in the Highlands. We're all aware that housing demand in many areas of the Highlands greatly exceeds housing supply for a variety of reasons. It's also the case that there are many competing demands for housing in the Highlands, and whilst the Council is the strategic housing authority, it has only statutory responsibilities, and we need a collective response to meet the demand for housing. The Scottish Government, Highland Council, housing associations, communities, landowners, private developers, businesses and other public bodies all need to help deliver solutions. And one of those solutions is for us to attract investment. Investing in Highland is not only a socially responsive move, but an opportunity for long-term economic returns and community revitalisation. And lest we forget that Highland is also facing a depopulation crisis. Depopulated areas often suffer from ageing infrastructure, economic stagnation, and a lack of affordable housing initiatives. Investing in social housing in areas of depopulation is also an opportunity for businesses to make a meaningful impact while generating long-term returns. By addressing the housing shortage in this region, businesses can help reverse the trend of depopulation and fulfil corporate social responsibility objectives. Housing is integral to the success of major investment opportunities such as the Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport. Demand from housing comes from many areas, including those people who have unfortunately become homeless for many reasons. Housing for the elderly. The Highlands has an ageing population and we need bespoke solutions. Families living in overcrowded or unsuitable accommodation. People living in insecure short-term accommodation. Armed forces veterans wanting to come home to the Highlands. Key worker accommodation to provide essential services. Housing to attract people to come and live and work in the Highlands to sustain and grow our communities. Housing for incoming workers for the economic benefit of the Highlands. Short-term housing for seasonal workers, particularly in the tourism industry, and the list goes on and on. The allocation of social housing in particular is complex and often contentious. However, the process is bound by legal duties and statutory guidance. The Council works with housing associations and other partners to deliver affordable housing through social housing, mid-market rent and low-cost home ownership models. The Highland Housing Register partnership consists of 6 main local housing landlords and maintains a joint allocation policy, meaning applicants only need to apply once rather than to each organisation. There are currently over 8,600 applicants on the Housing Register. However, it should be noted that this is not the total demand, as many people do not apply as they don't think they will have the necessary points to be housed. Others are seeking housing on the private market. There are significant challenges to the Council and its housing association partners to increase the supply of social housing. The cost of building new homes has increased by 50% from pre-COVID costs. The Council's housing budget is constrained, with over 42% of all housing income used to service historic council house debt, mainly due to the massive council house build programme in the 60s and 70s to meet the housing demand from the oil boom. This limits the amount of new borrowing the council can use to fund new council housing, whilst also having to invest in its existing stock to meet new energy standards and reduce fuel poverty. The Council will continue to lobby the UK Government to write off historic debt to release funding for building new council homes. The demand for private housing is more difficult to assess accurately as there is no common waiting list. However, we can make a realistic forecast based on local intelligence and forecasted economic activity in the area. Business associations have made business-led housing surveys in Cairngorm, Skye and Lochaber, as mentioned by Frazer. And as mentioned earlier, the Council commissioned an independent housing needs study based on projected economic activity from the Green Freeport. That study forecasts that 24,000 new homes will be required to be built in the next 10 years, with over 17,000 of these homes being private. However, these figures do not take account of the impact of the massive investment in the grid improvements and the proposed hydro pump storage projects, so the figure could be considered an underestimate. The challenge for us all today is to discuss how we deliver the housing for competing interests, and this can only be achieved through public and private collaboration. We also need to unlock infrastructure constraints, increase investment and develop potential guarantee schemes, and we need to speed up the development process. Thank you.
Oh gosh, you okay? So again, I think we're getting a sense of some of the solutions beginning to come forward, and I know when we looked at this issue, we became very aware of it when we put together a rural commission quite a few years ago now, and housing since then has been absolutely at the top of the list. So we've begun to get a sense of some of the solutions, leveraging employer investment, an integrated approach to economic development, ensuring that there's sufficient private and affordable housing in the mix, reviewing procurement frameworks and so on and so forth. But I think there's now an opportunity to open the floor for questions, for observations, if you'd like to say who you are and where you're from, and if you have a question, is there a particular member of the panel that you'd like to address that question to? So I'm going to open the floor. Please don't be shy. But the only thing I would say is, I think we've really got a very strong sense of what the challenges are from those presentations on the demand side, but what are some of the solutions that you haven't already heard about this morning that you're hearing about or would like to bring forward? Oh, they're very shy a lot this morning. I find that difficult to believe. Right, come on then. If you could go first, please, Nicola.
Thank you. Nicola Barclay.
Just bear with me. The microphone is just coming your way. Alasdair has it.
Good morning. Nicola Barclay, Chair of BEST. A very quick question. You talked about 24,000 houses. Just for those of us who are not local to the area, what is that as a percentage of the current supply? So what percentage are we trying to increase the current supply by? Would just help to frame it in my head.
I would like to perhaps ask our head or our Assistant Chief Executive, whose remit is housing and property. I'm sure he will be able to give you the exact figure that you're looking for.
So thanks. The challenge we've got is actually to double the output over the next 10 years. Currently, we're delivering about 500 affordable homes a year, 700 private, so 1,200 a year has been pretty consistent over the last few years. The challenge we've got now is to almost double that supply and make sure that, and some of the things we'll be talking about accelerating supply of housing sites is absolutely integral to that. But that's a quantum we're aiming at.
How does that compare with the rest of Scotland in your experience? You're not as close to it as you were. Yeah. Yes. Did you? And you maybe didn't hear that, but what Nicola was saying is that we are going to hear from house builders later, so hopefully they will set a bit more context around all of that. I think we have another question over here.
Yeah. John Finlayson. I'm a local councillor for Skye. And I don't want to necessarily be parochial, but I think it's really important to understand that the challenges we face across Highland can also be measured in terms of the local challenges. Highland's a big area. It's not just the Inner Murray Firth. Highland is a really diverse community. So we need to make sure that what we're trying to do recognises that the challenges in Inverness will be different from the challenges in Caithness, will be different from the challenges in Skye. And I think that's why it's really important that we do work together. And when we talk about partnership working, we don't just talk about it, we actually live that partnership working. And Alistair Dodds mentioned the importance of things like utility connections. And I know we've got SSEN on the platform. So I think it's really important when we're looking at developments to ask about the timescales for connections, but also the cost. Because at times, the cost of connections can actually affect whether a project goes ahead or not. And I know that firsthand. So it's really important that when we're talking about developments in all parts of the Highlands, when we're working with large companies like SSEN, we need to feel that they're working together, because we've asked questions and I've asked questions about connections, and I keep being told by certain people that it's a different department, it's a different board of directors. So it's that partnership working not just across agencies but within agencies, so that when we are working with them we feel that we're actually getting to the right people to talk about the issues that really affect us across the diverse Highlands.
Thank you. So yes, there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach, and a suggestion there that you're encountering challenges in terms of the structure of individual businesses. Would any of you like to come back on that? I don't know, Mary, if you want to provide some comments.
I completely sympathise with the challenges of both distribution connections, but also with water and other utilities as a handbrake on house building. It will sound like I've got slopey shoulders here. I really haven't. The transmission business is regulated, and all of our expenditure on transmission infrastructure is paid for by UK bill payers. And so, sadly, we can't have any influence on the other parts of the SSEN business. There are very high walls between us and those others, and they are a customer of ours in the same way as any other business. So I realise that's really challenging. I wish I had a magic wand and I could do something to help with all of those connection issues, not just electricity, but water and roads and others. So we do recognise that that's a challenge, and I do have great sympathy for you for that.
Well, I think that's somewhere where we're trying to help in terms of our conversations with UK government. We did a Grid Connections event a few weeks ago, which some of you may have been at, to really try and get a handle on what the issues were, because this was a huge issue that we were hearing about from members, particularly in business sector, those who were ready and willing to make that investment in decarbonising their operations, but simply couldn't get a grid connection in time. So it's something that we are really trying to ensure that ministers at UK level have a good grasp of and are going to be doing something about to unlock. Alasdair.
Yeah, I think John Finlayson makes a really good point. Hopefully I did try to explain that in the presentation. Right across the Highlands and Islands, it's quite unusual that we've got opportunity right over the piece. And we've really got to take that. I mentioned, jobs in Kishon. John knows where that is. He knows the issues trying to build the number of houses there. But it's also really important that all our organisations, from the top right through that organisation, has the same message. It's no point in just getting a few chief execs or leaders nodding their head and saying, yeah, I agree, yes, we'll do this. But the rest of the organisation doesn't understand the same urgency. That applies to High, I'm sure it applies to the Council, I'm sure it applies to a whole host of different organisations, both in the public, private and the third sector, because that's what we're going to need to make sure that we break down some of these barriers that John spoke about.
Brilliant, great point, well made. I think there was another question here down the front, or was the one over there?
Hi, my name is Katrina Watson. I'm the chair from Fort Augustus and Glen Moriston Community Company. Obviously, we're talking about long-term infrastructure plans and housing plans, but what are the plans in the short term? So we're talking about transient workers renting quite a lot of local homes, which means the community is getting pushed out, and we are seeing impacts on school rolls. So within the next 5 years of transient workers like taking up all of the rental homes, what happens when the school roll drops so much that the school then gets pushed to close? Is that being considered? Because that's definitely something that's looking to happen close to us.
Great point, and I think speaks to the point. I think, Alistair, was it you that was making the point, or perhaps Frazer, around the wider infrastructure piece. Not housing without schools and without healthcare is not much good to anyone. Do any of you want to come back on that, Alistair? You look like you're poised to say something. You've got the mic.
I'm always poised to say something. I think it's a really good point, because one of the issues that does make a community is a school. Going back to John Finlayson as chair of the, I don't know if they still have an education committee, but it's something to do with education. And that's what makes the community. One of the things we've been trying to do in the Highlands and Islands Enterprise over the last couple of years is look at providing some support for short-term accommodation. We don't have a big capital budget, but I think it's an issue that needs to be taken forward. So it's not just about long-term solutions, it's about the more immediate ones that the lady spoke about. And I think, we will certainly try to do what we can in HIE to take that, some of the solutions forward. We've already put in place some short-term accommodation or assisted with it, and it's probably something that we need to continue going forward.
I think you make some great points as well about driving that message right across organisations from top to bottom and across different departments, irrespective of the responsibility. Say, actually, what are you doing to facilitate and enable this, rather than putting barriers in the way? I think there's another question. There's one down the front here as well. Oh, there's one at the back. Who's got the mic? Sophie, I think there was one here at the front as well. Were you keen to come in and ask a question? Sorry, Gary. Gary, do you want to go first, Gary?
Yeah, Gary Campbell, Chief Executive of the Crofton Commission. A couple of points. First of all, in terms of land, the Commission regulates 10% of Scotland and 30% of the land in the Highlands and Islands that we're talking about today. So we have can have a significant input into this. I want to make it clear to all those who are developing housing that the Crofton Commission does not stand in the way of housing developments at all when it makes sense for the local community. There is a perception in some places that if it's Crofton land or in Crofton tenure, it's just too difficult to look at. that is not the case. And there's a very good example here in Aviemore, in the centre of Aviemore, which was a croft that was actually recrofted for affordable housing a couple of years ago. So it can come right into almost urban areas. Second thing, we're actually working with a number of organisations. Some are in here today. I see Sandy from the National Park here. We're working with them in terms of how to create new crofts. And this is a solution to the really rural areas, you know, taking out the urban areas and the larger developments. If you create new crofts, somebody has then the right to build a house in that croft. So that can actually speed up the planning process in many respects and create new houses in very, very rural areas for people who are in those areas. And you can put various rural burdens on it so that the house doesn't actually become just another Airbnb. So we're working with various organisations on that in the periphery. But the one thing I would say is, and I think it's very important, and I want to get this message across to those who listen, the Scottish ministers have significant land holdings in the Highlands and Islands, and they could actually lead on releasing land for housing for all these issues to actually be solved and from their own land holdings. And it's something we'd welcome working with them on that.
Great, and that's something we can put to the Minister when he joins us a bit later on. Any other points that the panel wish to, or observations? No, I will come to you then. Are we on to the P word, are we?
No. It's David Stewart from the Scottish Land Commission, and I think it follows nicely from the last point. Obviously, land is incredibly important and de-risking land for development. So it's just a question for the panel on opportunities they see around maybe public sector land banking or using mechanisms like master plan consent areas or a reform of compulsory purchase orders.
Is that something you'd like to come in on?
I think that's going to get covered later on in the afternoon. My colleague Ken Gowans is going to give a presentation on the consent areas. But I'm going to call in my boys again. So I think that, Malcolm, could you probably elaborate for this question on the master plan consent areas?
Getting your steps in, Sophie.
It would not be appropriate, obviously, to steal Councillor Gowans' thunder, so I won't. But I think the most important thing for us, and I think it'll be a theme of what we're about to discuss, and it is encouraging to hear Gary say that about public land becoming available and de-risking and trying to make sure the supply increases. But I think everyone, and it'll be good to hear also from the private developers today, I think the feedback I'm getting is that they're happening too slowly. Things are happening too slowly. And I'm the first to accept that. So using things like the new powers we've got with master plan consent areas, for example, the land banking fund, we're already way ahead of other parts of Scotland on that. But the question is, how can we seize the opportunity and make Highland the one who's leading from the front? So hopefully you'll get the chance to hear a bit more about that.
Great. Yes, Mary, thank you.
On the de-risking of development sites, one of the things that infrastructure companies do when we mobilise temporary accommodation villages is service the site in order to put temporary workers on there for a period of years. So one of the proposals in our housing strategy is to work in collaboration with the local authority on the ship to look for sites for temporary worker accommodation which will be suitable for future housing need. So if we're going to spend investment on servicing a site, why it seems like a no-brainer to do that in a place where the servicing will be useful in de-risking that site for future use, rather than a historic model for infrastructure companies, which would be putting that on a greenfield site and then investing money to remediate it back to a greenfield site again. So I think that should be a really good collaborative model for all infrastructure companies. I'd like to hope that will become so in future.
That just makes a huge amount of sense, and presumably it begins to help address some of the challenges that we were beginning to touch on there around grid connections, water connections, and I know we've got Open Reach in the room, so no doubt you'll be coming in as well. later on those points. Thanks, Mary. That's really helpful. So there you go. There's a really positive development. Anybody else? We've got a couple up the front here.
Hello.
Sorry, at the back.
Right at the back, drinking cider at the back we are. So my name's Chris O'Neill, I'm the Principal and Chief Exec at UHI Inverness. And I mean, some of the numbers that we've been hearing about and some of the, in fact, one of the things that Malcolm just said struck me. If we're delivering around about 1,200 homes at the moment and we need to double that, we need to be very, very worried and concerned and look at the opportunities within the context of something that Alistair said, which is ensuring that we have the skills, the people and the houses. One of the things that we've been doing at UHI is developing our apprenticeship programs. We're now amongst the biggest provider of apprentices, certainly in Scotland, and potentially amongst the largest within the UK. We've got 1,100 modern apprenticeships currently running, for example, and we've got a growing number of graduate apprenticeships. One of the problems that we have is we don't have enough young folk in the Highlands. Mm-hmm. So we're already sweating, if you like, the asset of the young people within the Highlands, and we need to be attracting people from out with the Highlands and potentially south of the border. So one of the things that I think is really important is that the skills agenda and what we can do and others can do in order to develop that skills agenda and maintain those skills, because those houses, those units are going to need to be maintained. As well as built, is look at flexibility and accessible accommodation for young folks so that they feel valued and they feel independent and part and parcel of our community. So I suppose my plea is, please don't forget that the flexibility has got to extend to young folk who are trying to find their way, and we desperately need them.
Absolutely, and excellent point. And you know, we're short of people in Scotland, full stop, but we're particularly short of young people, and a quarter of those young people are grown up in poverty, which is meaning that some of them aren't even coming to the labour market. So there is so much to be done here. And I think great to sort of begin to think through and talk about what is it that we need to do to help ensure young people right across Scotland and the rest of the UK and indeed beyond, and working with UK government around immigration rules as well, understand what the nature of the opportunities are here, and what a fantastic quality of life you could have living in the Highlands. So if there are any thoughts on that from any of our panel, be good to hear them, or indeed the audience. Now, I think we've got another question here.
Thank you very much. John Alexander from SSEN Transmission. I should probably declare a recovering former politician as well. I think Mary set out earlier the scale of the ambition that will be set out by our colleague later on in terms of our contribution to the housing challenge that Highlands and Islands faces more broadly. I suppose two things. One, I'm really looking forward to Councillor Gowans' contribution, because I think master planning is absolutely key. It goes to the point that's been made several times about how we bring all of the various aspects together into a comprehensive, clear understanding of what needs to be delivered. We're all very clear on the objective. We all sign up to what we need to do. It's how you bring that together. The second part of that, though, is about short-circuiting the whole process and conversations, because what takes too long in various aspects, and I'm not talking about planning here, I'm talking about all the various attributes that come into this conversation, is that we do not expedite the process quick enough when we think about identification of sites, identification of risks, and more importantly, because we're all really good at identifying risks, how do we knock them out the way? None of this is rocket science. None of this is comprehensively difficult. We know how to build houses, we know how to build roads, we know how to develop the infrastructure. It's pulling all that together, and I think the master planning going hand in hand with an expediting kind of ethos is what is critical in delivering what we need to see in the shorter term, the medium term and the longer term. Because what I'm excited by from an SSEN transmission perspective is that whilst we are announcing today the 1,000 properties that we're hoping to contribute into that mix, well, actually, that is an enabler for other avenues, for other developers, for other building schemes, because we might well put in a road that opens up a small-scale development, a modest development from our perspective, but what that can then enable on the back of that might be significantly more, and I think that's the way in which we've got to approach this. It's looking at all of the various components and how they layer upon each other to deliver what Highlands and Islands needs for the long term, not just for the next 5 years.
Thank you. And I think, Alistair, that begins to build on your point about that understanding being driven through organisations, but also that culture of delivery. You know, once we've identified really clearly what it requires multiple interventions. We're thinking about availability of people, availability of land, and pulling all of that together, master planning, and then getting that delivery culture in place.
It's quite interesting. John talks about, or says that we all know how to do it. Well, that's fine, John, but we don't do it. So I know how to do it, but how do you actually make it happen? And that's really what I was talking about, trying to drive it through organisations, all our organisations in this room. I see, you know, community housing developments taking place, places like Colonsey, not in our area today. It takes 10 years to get a house on the ground or a house started through community effort. How does that happen? What makes it so difficult for that community to do it? So, yeah, we know the issues, but you've got to break through that. SSEN have to break through it. High have to break through it. The council has to break through it. Tom MacLeod has to break through it. There's a whole host of different people, but you've got to want to do it, and you've got to make it happen. And I think it's you know, you say, you know, short circuit the process. 3 easy words, but why is it not happening just now? It's a rhetoric question, okay? You don't have to come back on that. But why isn't it happening just now? So I think we really need to, you know, as I said before, try to work together. And it is complex. Chris O'Neill came in there, and I didn't comment on his comment about apprenticeships. It's absolutely brilliant that, you know, the college has taken that forward. Really, really good. But how can we help that? If we need more young people, how do we go about that? And I think it's working with other organisations, so it's UHI, it's Skills Development Scotland, it's other different agencies. So it's a complex picture. But I think working together, then we'll have a chance. But we've got to want to do it.
Hear, hear. So I think that's actually a very good note on which to draw this discussion to a close. Maybe one final quick one.
Thank you. It will be quick, I promise. Just to underline this huge opportunity that we're hearing today, 110 billion, it sounds as though it makes the Chancellor's job next week to find 22 quite easy, really, I think. So but, good luck to her. So David Whiteford, Highland Coast Hotels, live in the Highlands and I farm in the Highlands too. And I'm just loved to put a bit in for the hospitality and tourism sector here and the importance of that in parallel with everything that's happening here. Highland Coast Hotels employ 200 plus people north of Inverness. They are not jobs, they are careers in hospitality. We have 6 apprentices at least each year. So we're determined to offer great community life, and I think if people are coming to the Highlands, they want that balance. So we need to take infrastructure forward together, better roads, better schools, better medical facilities, better childcare, because everything needs to move forward. Otherwise, people won't stay with us. And a good pub and a good community and good local food, circular economy food that we buy locally is so important as well if we want to keep those people. Likewise, we need places for our colleagues to stay in, and not just the caravan around the back of the hotel. We need good housing for them as well, because they will grow in parallel to all of the people who are working in the Freeport, all of the people who are building transmission lines. They're here forever as well. They're here for the long term. And I like the thought that this is much more than one generation's worth. So, you know, that's what Highland Coast is about. So, you know, we want to be involved in this conversation too. Tourism and hospitality is not just for visitors. It's so important for locals as well. So, you know, please take us with you on this journey, because I think, you know, we're important for you as well. So that's my plea for the rest of the day. I'd love to hear what panel members think of that as well. So thank you.
Any final thoughts?
Sorry, I'll give others time to think. I did actually mention tourism in my introduction because it is realising that there are tourism, food and drink, creative industries are already a huge part of the Highlands and Islands and will continue to develop. All three sectors are developing at a fast rate at the moment, so absolutely essential that we do pick up that and do understand the range of opportunities. It's not just about energy, it's not just about transmission. There are a whole series of different sectors that need to be taken forward. Can I just make one, I suppose, a shout out for the Regional Economic Partnership and picking up some of David's points. Led by Councillor Bremner at the moment, it's looking at things in the whole. So it's not just about housing, it's looking at skills, it's looking at childcare. We met with two ministers recently about needing a different approach to childcare in the Highlands and Islands. And it's getting people to understand, in government as well, that you do need a different approach up here to take success forward. But I think there's real opportunity, and tourism won't be forgotten because it's a huge earner for us across the Highlands and Islands.
Just one quick comment on the nature of transitory workers and the tourism industry. David and I have spoken about this before, which is that it's really important for infrastructure companies to balance the demand and supply with the tourism industry. Many tourism operators really rely on transient infrastructure workers over the off-season, for example. And so it's important, I think, that infrastructure companies understand the support that they can provide to the tourism sector, but also understand the risk of displacing tourists from that during the high season. And I think that it's another really important part of the collaboration that needs to happen between infrastructure companies and the tourism economy to ensure that we support where we can, and we don't displace and do any damage, which is a key part of our housing strategy.
Sorry, Sarah, can I make one last point and then I'll shut up? I think we've got a great opportunity here to get young people into the Highlands and Islands, not just on a transitory basis, but starting to live here and seeing their lives here. And that, to me, would be the biggest success if we manage to do that. Working with industry, working with the public sector, working with the third sector to achieve that.
You've done it in the case of my family since my two nieces are here, and one of them's got 3 kids, so there you go, she's doing her bit for the population. So listen, thank you very much indeed to our panellists, Councillor Glynis Campbell Sinclair, Alistair Dodds, Lewis Gillies, Frazer Coupland. I hope I'm sorry, is it Coupland or Coupland? Am I saying it? Do you? Oh, well, how do I say it properly? I should know that, Frazer. And Mary Jarvie from SSEN. Thank you all very much indeed, and thank you to the audience. So whilst the next panel... Oh, you've dropped your specs? Lost a pair of glasses? Whilst the next panel are making their way up to the stage to join me, Councillor Ken Gowans. No, come on, it's like, come on down, isn't it? Malcolm MacLeod, the one and only. Alistair Sutherland. Karen Campbell, Tom MacLeod, and James Park. Apologies from James Park, who's unwell and can't join us today, unfortunately. But whilst our panellists are joining us, I'd just like to shout out to our event partners today, without whom none of this would have been possible. So Highland and Island Council, Scottish National Investment Bank, Scottish and Southern Energy, and Burness Paull. Thank you very much for supporting today's event. We're very grateful for it, and we couldn't do it without you. So, without further ado, I am going to pass over to Councillor Ken Gowans, who's the Chair of Economy and Infrastructure at Highland Council.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here today, and what a fantastic turnout we have from a very diverse range of interests in Highland. And I think that's testament to the importance that everyone has put on this housing summit today. Sara had mentioned earlier that we're not allowed to mention the P word. Well, anyone that knows me will know that I've always been a wee bit of a rebel, so it's unlikely that I will not mention the P word, which is planning, during my deliberation. But we're joined today by a number of people on the panel, and I'm looking forward to hearing what their contributions will be later. But first, I want to talk a little about the housing supply and delivery and what some of the challenges are and how we can work together to maximise the potential of the unprecedented opportunities that lie before us. We need to create careers that provide stable, well-paid employment, to address population decline, attract new families and inward investment that make the Highlands a place where people can live and also thrive and enjoy a high-quality lifestyle. We'll only do this if we take a holistic, place-centred approach, and that means that we all need to work together in partnership in ways that we have never done before. Developers need to think about building communities rather than simply building houses. Employers need to look beyond their current projects and consider how businesses will adapt and embrace new technologies as they emerge and business demand grows. Education and training providers at all levels need to integrate with employers to ensure the skills mapping is accurate and provides a workforce that is already in demand and that a workforce will be fit for purpose in future. We have an excellent track record of enabling developments such as Sumoto, NIG, Alasdair and other members of the Green Freeport Consortium. And we're also ready to work in partnership to deliver the next phase of housing. Many commentators have called for the planning process to be streamlined. I'm sure you'll all agree that the planning process for major developments takes too much time, and that's time that we do not have if we are to address the housing needs. So how do we respond to that? Well, in response, we are utilising a range of tools to make things happen and happen much quicker. Building on our recently adopted Murray Firth Local Development Plan, I'm pleased that the Council has recently agreed to utilise master plan consent areas to enable direct delivery and to address future planning and housing needs. Master plan consent areas are not a mechanism to circumvent the planning process, but rather master plan consent areas are a mechanism to accelerate the planning process by front-loading applications to remove procedural logjams. Master plan consent areas will provide an alternative mechanism for master planning and securing planning consent for development. With secondary legislation expected to be brought into force on December the 5th, master plan consent areas are a key tool for addressing the housing challenge and can provide certainty for delivery to support growing needs in line with that of rapidly developing economy. But this is a partnership, and that means much closer relationships with business needs to happen. As a council, we need more certainty from business and industry on the emerging needs of workforce in terms of both scale and location around the Freeport and renewables projects. Having this critical information will allow us to factor that in and project demand and phase development and infrastructure. As an indication of our confidence, I can announce today that we are looking to identify opportunities to prepare 3 master plan consent areas over the next 18 months to accelerate direct delivery of jobs and homes in Highland. Towards this, Some site options have already been identified, but we are open to investigating additions and alternatives, including the call for sites as mentioned by Councillor Sinclair earlier today. This clearly demonstrates that the Council is using legislation to the best effect to balance both the housing needs of and community interests. All good planning should ensure that these are one and the same. For rural housing, which has been mentioned earlier today, some of the concerns around rural housing, a report will be considered by the Economy and Infrastructure Committee on the 14th of November, and this report clarifies the critical role that rural housing also plays in addressing our housing challenge. The guidance note itself opens the door for housing groups or clusters in the Inner Murray Firth Local Development Plan, and this will be reconciled with local policies with the National Planning Framework 4. To further streamline Highland Council's approach to planning applications and demonstrate our willingness to deliver, I can also announce today that a new initiative will be launched. And this is a new service, and we are calling it the Integrated Housing Delivery Service. Not exactly roll off the tongue, but however, it's called the Integrated Housing Delivery Service. And this has been brought in to further support our well-functioning pre-application advice service. This service will provide free, and yes, you heard right, free, designated bookable appointments that developers can use to meet senior council officials face-to-face to provide dedicated support for development in order to remove outstanding planning blockages directly, in an effort to remove impediments and improve efficiency, saving everyone time. Finally, I recognise that we need to give confidence to the private sector to deliver new homes, to increase the capacity and the construction industry to enable developers to deliver new housing projects at reduced costs. And there are many opportunities to work in partnership with the Council, and we'll learn more about one such example from SSEN later this afternoon. As a Council, we are ready and willing to work with partners and stakeholders to continue to consider new models of delivery, to develop new housing and to meet these at pace and at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gowans. If I could pass next to Malcolm MacLeod, who is the Assistant Chief Executive at Highland Council, who's going to talk to us about planning's role in the delivery of housing supply. Malcolm.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks, Councillor Gowans. I'm not actually going to speak for very long at all, which I'm sure you'll be delighted with, but I think the important thing for me has already been covered by what Councillor Gowans said. I could stand here today and I could say we've struggled with recruitment and planning, as a lot of people have. I could stand here and say the new development plan regs have actually made it more complicated and more drawn out than the previous ones have. That MPF4 is a one-size-fits-all document that doesn't work for areas across the Highlands. I could say all that and you'd all feel very sorry for me. But I think the important thing for me is that I've been at this quite a long time. And all that 20 plus years in this game has told me that actually we've become more distant. We've become more anonymous, perhaps, as we've gone through the various changes, both in legislation and also the shocks of COVID, etc., and the different working patterns. So for me, I think the reference Councillor Gowans made to getting more face-to-face discussions is really, really important. And I think I would appeal to the bigger developers particularly, but it's all relevant in each area, to get in touch with us and let's try and sort things out. Because very often I find speaking face to face makes such a huge difference to being able to unblock things. The other point I wanted to make was we can't wait for the new local development plan in terms of some of the challenges we're facing in terms of land supply. So again, historically we've shown working together, we can deliver good schemes. There are a number of really good schemes that were based on master plans, and I don't want to name names, but there are a number of developments that, you know, if you looked at the master plan that was prepared and you now look at the development that's being delivered, there is actually very little difference, and that came from really positive working together. So what I would say again is that we've got the chance with these master plan consent areas to carry the torch, and Scottish Government are actually looking for early adopters on this, and I certainly hope, and as our members have already supported us, they will allow us to do that. So let's try and make sure they end up being a really good pinnacle for the rest of Scotland. Lastly, I think the important thing is that we've said what we can do, but actually what I'm really interested to hear from colleagues on the panel and indeed from people in the room is what you need us to do as well. You know, don't be shy and use the P word as much as you can over the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Malcolm. And that's what a culture of delivery looks like, I would suggest. And it's great to see Highland Council taking advantage and being an early mover in getting moving on the master plan consenting areas. We had the chief planner up here in Highland and Islands a few months back. We thought it was incredibly important that she and her colleagues in planning actually came up here to understand the scale of the opportunity. Because I think until people come here, they don't necessarily understand. We can give them papers galore, but actually until they get here, meet the folk, feel the energy and see what the opportunities are, then that's great to see. So next I'm going to come on to Alistair Sutherland, who is a partner at Burness, Paull. And Alistair, you're going to talk to us about land supply.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. And I'm a planning lawyer, so this is going to be very planning heavy, but hopefully I'm not going to make it too heavy in terms of any kind of legal content. It's been really interesting hearing the demand panel session this morning, and now first two speakers in this session. I mean, I was planning to say that I'm already hugely encouraged by the approach that the Highland Council is taking to this housing challenge. If you actually look at the paper that was produced in June, it absolutely kind of hits all the points in terms of identifying risks and challenges and putting in place a framework for solutions. And then this conference today, what we've heard so far, is fantastic, where it's very much delivery focused. I'll just make a few comments. One is very, very pleased to hear HIE, Chair of HIE this morning, saying that there's research ongoing really to kind of articulate precisely what the demand is, and then Councillor Gowan there saying we need to know what the demand is, where it's going to be and when it's going to happen. From my perspective, in terms of addressing the challenge of expediting delivery of planning, that is absolutely key. Having a really, really strong message of what is the demand, what are the benefits, what are the indirect benefits, what does it mean for local communities, and the wider Highland area is really important. The reason for that, and going back to kind of planning law and policy, if you like, is if you look at the Inner Murray Firth in particular, it's just adopted local development plan that we've heard is already out of date, and that was known at the time of its adoption. Doesn't take into account Green Freeport, pump storage hydro, transmission network. So we've gone from 9,000 to 24,000 homes in 10 years. So you've already got a plan that's not fit for purpose. And I don't say that with any criticism. That's just a consequence of timing. We've also got MPF4, which is being used. There's pockets of good practice, but it's being treated far too literally. People are taking the policies in MPF4 as the 10 Commandments written a tablet of stone. You know, thou shalt not depart from MPF4 policies. It's just policy, but that's the culture that's grown up around it. So actually you have a policy environment which does not say we're going to build 24,000 homes in the next 10 years. So then if you've got a planning officer who's receiving applications and thinking, okay, where can I put housing here, all this housing, the policy position is difficult. It is only policy. It is the planning officer's job to actually look at the whole of the development plan, which includes achieving economic growth, delivering housing, the plan as a whole, and what does, in terms of good spatial planning, what does the Highland Council and the wider area actually need? And they can depart from policy. So if there's a particular policy where an application for housing, there's a bit of tension or a conflict, that does not mean that there cannot be housing at that site. So we need to try and kind of get into a position where we're giving the planning officers the tools that they need and giving them the confidence where they can say, okay, actually, there's a means of departing from policy because the material considerations indicate that actually we need housing here. And that's why I'm saying actually this really strong, clear, codified articulation of what the demand is really, really important, having that evidence base. It will save the council from legal challenge if there is that strong evidence base, because then and there will be obviously pockets of opposition where people will feel that infrastructure is being imposed on them, housing is being imposed on them. That's just a reality we have to accept. But it will give the planning officers the ability to say, okay, but actually there is good evidence here, and I'm taking a rational planning decision, which means that in planning terms it is lawful and it is justified. So you're not just going to end up with lots of challenges. So that's really pleasing to hear that. Equally, really pleasing to hear the announcement of and I've forgotten the name of it already, whatever the snappily titled Housing Delivery Partnership is. I mean, that is fantastic. I mean, to hear that, to have that face-to-face, open communication, you know, you cannot have collaboration without communication. I mean, that's just axiomatic. And so that's fantastic. I will also hold the development industry and applicants and landowners to account on this point as well. I was really quite angry at the Homes for Scotland conference a few weeks ago when everyone threw their arms up in the air saying the planning system's broken, and it was very I thought it was really incredibly unhelpful, and Homes for Scotland might not thank me for saying that, and in fact it wasn't their fault, it was whoever was leading the debate. That was really unhelpful because it was very much a kind of it's their fault, it's not ours. If you speak to lots of planning officers, and I've got lots of friends who are planning officers, I mean, they will say, you know, you should see the quality of the applications that come in. You know, the planning service has got a finite resource. It's been stripped of a lot of its resource because of some large energy companies who keep on stealing planning officers. So applicants have to realise that. And it's a kind of Jerry Maguire, you know, help me, help you. The planning officers are like, you know, don't give me this junk because it's just going to slow it down. I'm then going to have to ask you for further information, et cetera, et cetera. So it's brilliant that the Highland Council is saying we want to take a step forwards and have this, open ourselves up for conversation. But at the same time, you know, the developers have to kind of take a step towards them and say, okay, you know, we'll be more realistic and we'll take on a bit of risk and we'll play our part as well. Finally, on communication, and it's been mentioned, somebody mentioned it earlier, the need for strong leadership. I mean, I think that is absolutely critical as well. Getting everybody on message. I had a discussion with a build-to-rent developer recently, and it was ahead of conversation I was going to have with Paul Lawrence, CEO of Inverness Council, and David Given, head of planning. I was asking this guy, you know, why is Manchester a better place to be a developer than Edinburgh, putting rent controls aside? But one of the main things that he said was for the moment you have a discussion with senior leaders about what you want to do in advance of even going into pre-app, you get the same message and the same response, and everyone's on message, like right the way through the process. So right across the board, in fact, Sarah, I think it was you that said it has to be kind of vertical and horizontal. So it's not just within the planning service, but it's also out to other key stakeholders in the council, out to wider stakeholders, whether that's SEPA or Nature Scots or Historic Environment Scotland and the Scottish ministers. And then it's into the communities as well. So councillors bringing alongside local community councils. So really making sure that there's not an inconsistency, because that really, really does slow down delivery, where people think, okay, I'm being encouraged, this is great. And then it just hits up against these stone walls. So those were the key points I was wanting to touch on. There's a huge amount of kind of technical stuff that you could get into about how to overcome the infrastructure challenges and so on. I think my plea to everyone in the room would be not to kind of go looking for shadows. There is going to be, I mean, it's been said already that it's not a case of, we can't wait, it just has to happen. And it may well be the case that actually some things fail, some decisions in hindsight, maybe you think, was it the right thing to do? But that is still far better than doing nothing, because we don't have the opportunity to do nothing. Someone's already stolen Callum's phrase with pace and scale. I was going to finish on that. But that is it. It needs to be at pace and scale. And we can't become paralysed by seeing all the challenges and the blockers. It needs to be just good communication, collaboration, and let's crack on and just take decisions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alistair. So I think we're hearing a very, very warm welcome for the Integrated Housing Delivery Service. And I think, great points there about we need to be systems thinkers and look at these challenges across the piece, but also that sort of economic development mindset, that enabling mindset. Let's get on with it. Let's do this. Let's deliver this. You also talked about collaboration, communications and collaboration being axiomatic. So I think who better then to speak to than a corporate communications director? Do you like that link there? God, I could do this professionally. Right, and Karen Campbell, who is a director with Springfield, and Karen's going to talk to us about constraints and solutions to increasing the supply of new homes from a developer perspective.
Well, interestingly, that was the subject I'd been given, but I feel there's been so much positivity already this morning. It's hard to pick up on the challenges. If genuinely we all went out and delivered what was said this morning, I think it could work brilliantly. But I will pick up on one challenge, I think, that involves what happens when we leave the room. But genuinely, thank you, so encouraged by all the positivity so far this morning. In terms of Springfield, I think a lot of you in the north will be very familiar with the brands, but just a bit of a background of Springfield Group. So we actually are made up of 6 house builder brands delivering energy efficient quality homes across the country. So Springfield Properties and Tulloch Homes and Springfield Partnerships, who deliver our affordable homes in this region you'll be very familiar with. But we've also got Walker Group, Dawn Homes, McTaggart and Mickle operating in the Central Belt in their own distinct markets. We are Scotland's only listed house builder, and being a PLC gives us a great opportunity to deliver. I'm sure our shareholders would love us to double our output, Malcolm, but obviously we need to scale up to make that happen. Also to pick up on something else that was said this morning, I genuinely believe that Springfield do build communities, definitely not units and not just homes. And I would extend the invite to anybody who'd love to come and see our communities that we're building, particularly our village developments. We take great pride in building sustainable communities. Our chief exec, if he was here today, would absolutely extend that invitation. Innes Smith, I'm sure a few of you will know, is really excited about the opportunities in the north. My role reports directly into Innes,
and responsibilities include our ESG, sustainability, community engagement, government relations. I actually just saw the Minister coming in. I'm a member of the Minister's Investment Task Force, so enjoy giving him a hard time on that. And I'm sure he'll touch on that when he comes up. So, as I said, it's such an exciting opportunity in Springfield. We're really well placed to help deliver for the region and deliver the growth through our land holdings, a lot of which we own, a lot of which has planning, a lot of which we hope to get planning for in the coming, take you up on your offer of the call for sites, and hopefully some of our land holdings feature in the list of the MCAs as well that have already been identified. So I guess the big ask, given all the positive things that have already been said on, let's get land to meet demand, let's look at public and private partnerships, let's speed up the development process and acknowledgement that things are happening too slowly. The biggest ask would be help us take the communities on board, bring the communities with us on this journey. Because, as I said, I think everybody in this room wants to deliver more housing, but when you leave that room and engage with local communities, NIMBYism still exists out there, and it can be a real barrier, and really take the enjoyment out of delivering housing that we need greatly across the country, particularly in the rural locations. So that would be the big ask for me. I think Frazer said courageous leadership, and I loved that. Sara, you also said this is our opportunity to lose. We need to seize it. It's what's happening in the north just now. I think a perfect storm is brewed, where we've seen the Freeport announcement, hugely encouraging by that, 10,000 jobs, which obviously is going to be a sort of sustained growth. And for house builders, delivering the housing to meet that demand was always going to be risky, because, it's like build them and they will come, but we need a guaranteed customer. Then along comes SSEN with their fantastic housing strategy launched today, which gives us almost this guaranteed customer funding available to help plug this gap. Then the houses hopefully can be flipped through sale, through build to rent once the Minister removes the rent cap, and on to new customers, that will then make up Callum's workforce at the Freeport. So it's such an exciting time, and I genuinely feel it's a perfect storm that's brewing, and we just need to all get on and deliver. Let me just check my notes to see if I've missed any important points there. I think that's the main messages, and obviously we can continue through the discussion, but it's such an exciting time in Springfield, genuinely excited to be involved in the delivery. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I think raising a really important point there that every single one of us in this room, I think, really needs to take very seriously is bringing communities with us, helping communities understand just how important this is, not just for the wider region and for Scotland, but for the whole of the UK. This is the industrial base that will enable the missions that are set out in the UK government's new strategies and in the Scottish government strategies. So the Highlands and Islands and the North East, absolutely critical to all of that. I'm not sure yet our colleagues in Westminster fully grasp just how important this part of the world is to them. But I think working together, we will do everything we can to help them understand that. And yet changing the NIMBYs to the YIMBYs is what we need to achieve. The yes in my backyards. Let's get that culture built. So next up, we have Tom MacLeod, who's the Managing Director from Compass Building and Construction Service. Tom, over to you. You can talk to us about tackling the rural housing challenge.
Thank you very much, Sara. And
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in the room. I do find myself, again, as many have said before, finding that an awful lot that I was going to say has gone ahead of us already. I always start these things by saying, first of all, as an Aberdeen supporter, I'm not used to being in big crowds, so maybe not so much these days, but it's great to see such a fantastic cohort of individuals here. I was asked to speak about the rural housing challenge, which thank you kindly for that invitation, Alan. And also, just want to say at the outset, also available for urban opportunities as well. Why the rural housing challenge? Well, I think probably two reasons. One being that obviously I've come from, for those of you that know me, come from the West Coast, come from an impoverished West Coast community, and I'll speak about that a bit later on. But also the fact that on reflecting on coming here today, the number of places that we've actually delivered housing units in, ranging from recently Jura, all the way up through Ullapool, through Wester-Ross, Portree, many of the islands, and also the small communities in the West Coast as well. So we know a thing or two about that, and also indeed in the north as well. I have to say, later this year, prior to year end, we will deliver our 1,000th affordable home, which has been delivered over the last 13 years, and that's no small achievement. So I am very, very excited. If anyone ever wondered what an excited parochial Cllr builder looks like, this is it, I have to tell you. But there's a note of caution comes along with that as well, because in delivering these 1,000 affordable units, and I appreciate that's a small number when you think about some of the bigger people, but when you think about some of the areas that we've operated and worked in, these have been particularly challenging for many of the reasons that we've had outlined earlier on today. And, you know, the logistics, we understand the logistics of what it takes to deliver in these areas. And as I say, you know, be it accommodation, be it available labour resource, be it economies of scale, all these things are particularly difficult. And as we look at what's ahead of us just now with all this opportunity, and it is absolutely fantastic, I have to tell you, you know, we have to get ourselves geared up to deliver that. And, you know, in terms of developing that workforce, we heard from the university earlier on, you know, just to get an apprentice through their time just now is 4 years. You know, and that's to try and get a good apprentice, those that stay the course with it. We need to be able to step up and resource to that, and also make this industry attractive as well. I think that's absolutely fundamental. It's very, very hard to get the numbers of quality individuals to come in to the industry, but if they could come here today and see the opportunity that lies ahead, not just for an apprenticeship, but for their careers, for longevity, I think that would be very, very useful as well. Now, you'll be glad to hear this is not a sermon, but I was in church a few weeks ago, and I was listening to the minister, and he said, it was actually a Japanese proverb. If I got the provenance wrong, I apologise. He said, but it was about when was the best time to plant a tree. And obviously the answer to that is 30 years ago. But the next best time to plant a tree is now. And I think listening to everything that we've heard today around the room, the announcements that came this morning and so on and so forth, that is a challenge for us all. Without mixing the metaphors, obviously planting a tree is a housing. And that's what we're looking for going forward. There's a huge need for many trees, if you like, in the months and years that lie ahead. And it's going to take all of us to come together and collaborate and to be able to deliver that. I mentioned earlier on that I'm from the West Coast, and I was back there earlier this month as well, back in the heartland. And I was acutely aware, and it's something I think we've all got to open our eyes to as well, and open our minds to, is that there's also a changing demographic in the rural areas as well. It was apparent to me that the place I knew growing up as a child was very much different just now, but the issues are still there. In fact, I think probably the issues are compounded now. I think it's useful at times to look in the rear view mirror, but as I say, the best time to plant trees now, and it's what we do going forward that's important. I think we've huge opportunity here for legacy, for prosperity, and not just for this generation, but for many generations to come as well. And I really hope that we see, I'm massively encouraged, I have to tell you, about everything I've heard across the room today. As a business leader, the one thing that always strikes me that's fundamental and very, very difficult to get, and this is based on sort of last 20, 30 years experience, is that we look for visibility And up until press, I don't think we've had that visibility. We always work on a sort of 12-year rolling budget and so on and so forth. 24-year, you have a pretty good guess. 36 getting a bit grey. Here, when we're talking about 2025, 2035, we're talking about the renewables that's going to be in perpetuity, if you like. You know, that really, really excites me, because there is an opportunity for a business now to plan to make that investment in apprentices, in land, in development, and also in innovation as well. I think that's very important as well. I think if we keep doing the same old, we'll always get the same thing. Innovation is fundamentally important here, and that goes right across the build process, probably land supply process. Great to hear the Crofton Commission, which is dear to my heart, speaking earlier on. It's about all coming together, working collaboratively to give us what's important for the communities. We're very community focused. I think that's evidenced by the places that we've worked and the places we've engaged in. And I say, as a rural West Coaster, I understand the importance of community. Still stay rurally now as well. There also has to be significant community benefit. We've heard that a few times now with schools, community halls and so on and so forth, so that we build a lasting community, better places to work, live and play, frankly. We should be the envy of the nation, should be the envy of the country, to be honest. That's the opportunities in front of us. I really, really look forward to being a part of that in the years to come. Thank you.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. I mean, we hear very often from businesses how hard it is to deliver housing in rural areas, but it's really great to hear your positivity, and I think that that deep local knowledge, it can be done, it is being done to a very high standard, and more power to your elbow, I think. And good to hear you're available for gigs, not just in rural areas as well. So sadly, James Park, who's the head of insights from Salmon Scotland, who was going to talk to us about business-led housing solutions, is unable to join us today because he's unwell. But if there are people in the audience who have a perspective to bring to that, we'd be delighted to hear from you. So we do have an opportunity now to open up for questions. Before we do, though, I wondered maybe if I could come to you, Tom, around, you talked about innovation and making the industry attractive. And we have in the audience the Chief Exec and the Chair of Built Environment Smarter Transformation. And I know that modern methods of construction is something that they champion, amongst lots of other things. But I wondered if there are any comments or observations that you can make on that, or have, does it work or does it not work when you're in wee places on the West Coast?
As I said at the outset, I think one of the biggest barriers for me in the West Coast to many, many things is that all the sites are unique, and we can't drive in economies of scale there. But they are, I think, there's a right place in terms of renewables. I sometimes think that when we look at some of these aspects, what we're busy trying to do is just simply comply. And it's what's the tightest margin that you can obtain a pass-in for a house. We're building exceptionally good houses now, across the industry, across the region. But I'm not sure why we always fixate on doing the minimum rather than doing the maximum. I guess I answer my own question by saying that's because everything's about being competitive. And trying to steal a march. And I think also that's something that we have to be mindful of and probably move away from. I mentioned earlier on the strength and depth of the cohort that we have here today. I think it's very important that we don't see ourselves all as necessarily competitors. We should all be pulling in the same direction and being complementary, because when we look at supply chains, when we look at all these aspects, instead of actually, frankly, cutting each other's throats, what we should be doing is working together, looking at where the work's got to be delivered, looking at how we're going to do that, looking at what the supply chain's going to do that, and how we're going to, frankly, resource that issue as well. So I think there's an awful lot going on there. I said before that we operate a lot in the rural areas. That's a matter of truth, but logistically that's been very, very challenging. So if we're going to, again, take that step change, if it's difficult what we've got in the urban areas, it's going to be twice as hard, frankly, in the rural areas. But that doesn't mean we should run from it. Frankly, we should run towards it.
Good. Yes, please do, yeah.
At Springfield Group, we have 2 timber kit factories, and very proud of what we do within the factories, and are always looking across the group. I think that's a value of being a group as well. You'll look at one brand in one region, what they're doing well, and how we can incorporate that modern methods of construction into different sites across the regions. And that's what we're focused on. And I think, I've not actually caught up with Stephen or Nicola on BEST for a while, but it's rather than jump into modern methods, full-on off-site modular construction, which we've seen so many failures across the country, well, mainly down south, it's sort of incremental changes towards it. So just now, Ewan MacLeod's here from our timber kit systems. He's our commercial director at Springfield. What he's been looking at is how we can evolve to doing closed panels. So just now it's just timber kit, moving towards closed panels, putting the insulation on site. And I think those incremental, that evolution will get us there, but also don't put too many changes in too soon when we need to stick with tried and tested and deliver. We need to get out there and build the homes.
Yeah, and I think really helpful to your point was very well made as well, Tom, around there's more than enough work to go around. We did an event a few weeks back with the Green Freeports, not just here in Cromarty, but also at Grangemouth and Firth ports. And the very strong message there was, it's going to take both of us. It's going to take, there's so much work to be had. This is not about cutting each other's throats, as you say. We're on the cusp of an opportunity here. So, over to the audience. Thoughts, observations, questions. Raring to go at the back there. Yes, if you could say who you are and where you're from before you
that's okay, great.
Give your observation or ask your question.
Councillor Sara Atkin. I represent the Black Isle and I'm Vice Chair of Housing and Property Committee. I've got 3 points. The first is about communities, and I feel quite strongly that communities hate the idea of things done to them. And I don't think it is necessarily just NIMBYism. It's that feeling of change is scary, it's kind of slightly out of control. So I love the idea of engagement really early on in the process for our communities. I think that would be fantastic. So developers and communities need to be really front-ended on things that are going to happen to them. And the second point is, I see lots of empty houses, and many councillors across the Highlands will see this, lying empty because they're not privately rented. They are either holiday lets or Airbnbs, and communities are hollowed out. Maybe this is one for the Minister. This is a real problem. There might be a lot of rentals available for people if this imbalance was properly addressed. And my third point is, obviously, this is a massive opportunity, and everyone here today is part of it. It isn't just us at the council that need to do this. So good luck, everybody. The other thing is, when you're building the houses, we need to know they have to meet the need. So the idea of establishing the need is brilliant. So thank you.
Great. Would the panel like to come back on any of that? I think perhaps the issue about empty homes and the scope for local authorities, governments, national governments, and indeed internationally, these kind of tech companies like Airbnb who aren't necessarily positive actors in our communities, it's quite difficult to do something about those. European cities all over the place are grappling. It's the kind of thing that frankly probably needs to be dealt with at EU or indeed, the level of the states, that kind of thing. That's about doing something about tech. But anyway, we can pick up on that later. But would the panel like to come in on any of that? Councillor Gowans.
Yeah, is this working? Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point that Sara makes, and it kind of falls into some of the comments that Alistair Dodds made earlier about taking people with us and about how we can develop communities, not just houses. And I think some of the challenges that we face as councillors when it comes to planning is that there's always a lot of suspicion around new developments. And I think a lot of that can be addressed or mitigated if we actually have better communications with communities, sometimes with the developers, to talk about some of the real benefits that we're able to bring with these new developments. I think as well, some of the biggest challenges that we've got, and again, Alistair touched on this, is about developing the infrastructure along with the housing. And if we don't do that, then these new housing developments are not going to be welcomed. And that means the transport infrastructure as well as schools and all the other things that go along with these developments. And we've already seen overcrowding of schools in many areas in Highland. In terms of Sarah's other point regarding empty houses and holiday lets as well, some of you will be aware that we have a pilot project or a policy now actually within Badenoch and Sass-Bay, where we have introduced short-term lets policy, which will probably reduce the amount of lets, and that's already having an impact. Houses are becoming more readily available to the general public through sales and rent, etc. So we are doing some of these things, but I would urge developers to really consider what the infrastructure that you'll bring along with your proposals are, because that can save an awful lot of issues further down the line.
Can I come on the back of that as well? Do you mind if I come on the back of Ken's comment there, just in terms of community engagement? I genuinely think we all need to work harder at selling the benefits of house building and what the house building can bring. Kieran Graham, the MD of Tulloch Homes, is here today, and I think what he's doing at Newton Moor, just as a sort of example, is working really well, where he has held 2 events. One was to engage the local community on potentially who'll be interested in buying the homes, but also an opportunity to explain to the community what's happening. And I think bringing them along, engaging them in that way is great. And also local suppliers, the supply chain, inviting them in to see how we could work together and the opportunities that presents themselves locally to them as well. He's also put our first ever board up with a QR code where people can go directly to our sponsorship page. And I've never had sponsorship comes into me, and I've never had so many applications from local groups who are really keen to get their hands on some support from Tulloch. But it's been great to see, and a really good example. And I'd love to see us do more of that, rather than it being the resistance that we face. It's getting in there, engaging. Once the community accept the principle of development, which sometimes can take a while, see what good things having new homes in their backyard can bring.
Yeah, great, and that you're joining the fight in some ways around making the case for infrastructure investment and so on as well. Sorry, Tom, did you want to come in, or are you fighting over the microphone here? My goodness, this has really got them going.
I really just wanted to probably second exactly what we just said prior there, insofar as my impression of the communities that we've worked in, albeit generally in the smaller areas, is that communities feel that this is happening to them as opposed to being given to them. And if they're very much involved in the process as you come through, we've certainly got case history of finding that when you have that level of engagement and when you actually give them what they want and what they need, not what you think they want and what they need, that makes a huge difference. And certainly we've been very well received on the back of taking that approach, to be honest. In every sense. So it's not just what's in the development, what's around the development, it's in the wider community as well. Very much, quite a lot of things that are actually given to communities, it's not actually what they want or need. They see a maintenance issue, they see problems, they'd rather see the money channels as something that they've specifically identified themselves.
I think just on the communication point and consultation with communities and bringing them along, I think there's 2 separate issues there. There's what the developers can do with community consultation, where it's particularly in relation to that site and the location of that site and the need for it to be there and the impact on the community, the infrastructure and so on. But actually, you mentioned there about getting communities on side with the principle of housing in the area. I think that's going back to what I was saying before about that kind of macro issue of there needs to be really strong communication of, so these communities understand that this is not housing development, this is jobs for their kids and their grandkids, that's kind of, so they're very, very comfortable with actually right across the region, there is huge benefit to housing. It has to go somewhere before you even get on to the kind of the consultation at the local level. And just one other point, I don't want to make this sort of labour on the second homes debate, because that's not what this is about. But and I will declare an interest that I've acted or continue to act for the Association of Scotland Self-Caterers, who are obviously in support of self-catering, accommodation, short-term lets, etc. And I think it's generally accepted that the regulation, whilst very well intended, has had serious unintended consequences. There's been a lot of collateral damage. And this is, I just make this point to go back to something said earlier, which was we don't need more regulation. What we need is better regulators. I think I'd really caution against trying to do something which actually imposes further regulation to try and solve a problem, where actually we probably need to look at the opposite and actually deregulating.
Good. I'm conscious that we are now into lunchtime, but if there's a couple of quick ones, I don't know if we've got, we've got one here and one here. If we could just take those two final ones quickly, and I'll maybe take them together, if I may. If we can have a mic over here as well, please. Do you want to?
Oh, sorry, my name's Stuart Hawthorne. I'm with Loch Salmon. We are a salmon farming start-up company looking to bring innovative new ways of farming salmon to Scotland. And it's just so interesting looking at the parallels between what I'm trying to bring to Scotland and the housing supply situation. And I think I want to introduce a few new P's if I can. So we need a good pipeline of projects. I think people in development and bringing new stuff to Scotland need permission. And once you've got permission, and you can then you need pounds, so you need investment to bring that forward. And for me, those three things are very important to working in partnership with the local government sector to bring those three things together, so that we can then start to deliver projects. But I do think there's also a place for businesses that once you've got the pipeline, the permission, and the pounds, you then need to progress and actually deliver the projects. And I think that's something that we need to be accountable for as well in the process.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. And then there's another one, I think, over there.
Hi there, Meg Deasley from Cairn Housing Group. I probably just wanted to fly the flag of the third sector today, because there's been a lot of really great comments, a lot of really good stuff being said. And I think the role that housing associations, community trusts, active locally based community organisations can play in this, in actually helping to build build connections and work really closely across all of the various partners is really critical. I know in the sector we have quite different looking housing discussions about these exact same things with slightly different people around the table. So it's really good to hear this, but also to kind of throw that into the mix that actually, we're a big part of what can happen similarly with the community trusts and development organisations that are all over the place. So one of the things I think would be really good to see is just how we can get more engaged across all of the various discussions. This is a great opportunity to do that today, and I think it's probably just to raise that and put that out there.
Great, and thank you so much for joining us. Any thoughts from the panel? I think they were observations rather than questions, I think. So unless you particularly want to come back on any of them, I'm seeing blank faces. So right, we shall draw the conversation to a close. Stephen, I'm really sorry we didn't get a chance to come to your question, but hopefully there'll be an opportunity to ask it later on. It's now lunchtime. We would like you back here at 1 o'clock to hear from the Minister, who I'm delighted to see has joined us, and we look very much forward to hearing from you. So enjoy your lunch. I know will you continue to network and ask lots of good questions over lunch. Thank you. Before I go on to introduce the Minister for Housing, I just wanted to remind you all again about the 3 questions that the Highland Council would love you to share your views on these 3 key questions. You have the QR codes on your table, so You can feed those in today, but you can also feed them in tomorrow, having heard more today and being able to gather your thoughts. So the three questions are, how do we work together across the public and private sectors to maximise the availability of additional private finance? How do we get that partnership going? What levers or mechanisms locally and nationally can we deploy to maximise the availability of land to support an action plan to meet the housing challenge? And I think we've already begun to hear some interesting thinking on that this morning and some good suggestions there. And I must say the term decrofting is completely new to me. So how do we maximise the capacity of delivery partners, and what kind of supports would aid delivery? So that's the three questions we want you to be thinking about. The QR code is on your table, so if you feed those in, that will really help facilitate the session later on that will be led by Highland Council. So without further ado, I am delighted to introduce the Housing Minister, Paull McLennan MSP. Thank you very much for joining us, Minister.
Good afternoon, everyone, and first of all, it's good to be here. And I suppose I'll give you a little bit of background on why it's kind of relevant. My previous background, I was 15 years a councillor and previously a council leader in East Lothian. I was also worked with the Bank of Scotland in corporate and business banking, so I'd worked a lot and dealt a lot with local businesses. I was in the post now about 18 months, and one of the key things when I took the post on was to try and combine housing with economic development, and I'll touch on that more and more as we get into the speech. So I'd say thanks for inviting me along today. I caught probably the last 20, 30 minutes of this morning, and there was lots of energy. But some of the key words I've written down just coming through in the last 20 minutes was scale and pace, collaboration, opportunity, legacy and prosperity. And this is what this is all about, this conference today. So the right type of housing in the right place can have an immensely powerful and generational impact, supporting people to access the housing they need in rural and island areas. Now, one of the most important things, obviously, it can support young people to stay or return to the communities in which they grew up, and it helps to attract and retain employees to support local business. Indeed, one of the key aims of the Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport is to create good green jobs, to attract workers across a range of sectors and to make staying in the Highlands an attractive option for young people. Housing is a key component of the significant transformational opportunity. The other key thing I think it kind of came through today as well pretty strongly, and I've heard mentioned a few times, is about leadership. Now, I plan to lead, but we all need to lead in this, and it is all around about collaboration, and that's one key message I'd want to get across today. Now, we can't talk around about opportunities here without talking about the housing emergency we're in at the moment. As well, you'll be aware that in May, the Scottish Government declared a national housing emergency. Our declaration of a housing emergency was an acknowledgement of the difficult circumstances many governments are now facing and signal our intention to face the challenge head on. And if you've seen the First Minister talk yesterday, he talked around about the UK budget that's coming up and obviously the opportunity to talk about investment. And I think that's really, really important. As Scotland, as the UK, we should be more investing in our public services. That drives up economic growth. The challenges we face are significant, and we're responding with a plan under three strategic pillars. Firstly, we need more high-quality permanent homes. Again, comes back to the theme of today. Secondly, we need to ensure that we have the right homes in the right places, very much the same as today. And thirdly, we need everyone to have a settled home responding to the real challenges of homelessness. Now, we've been clear that the Scottish Government cannot end the housing emergency on its own, and an effective response will rely on a joint approach between UK, Scottish and local governments and obviously housing providers. And we heard around about the third sector as well, housing associations, and also in terms of community development trusts as well. So we talked around about more high quality permanent homes. Now, we remain committed to the 110,000 affordable homes by 2032, 70% for social rent and 10% at least in rural and island communities. We're investing £600 million this year in affordable housing to increase the delivery of more high quality, energy efficient homes also, and including by supporting acquisitions of existing properties. More specifically, Highland Council have over £35 million to spend on affordable housing across the area. This follows the £135 million that's been provided since the start of this Parliament, but we need much more, and I'll touch on that in a little second. These monies have facilitated the start or funded the completion of over 1,800 affordable homes across the Highlands. Now, we're obviously building on the delivery of more than 10,000 affordable homes in rural and island communities between 2016 and 2023 through the implementation of our Rural and Islands Housing Action Plan, and we've got our first conference talking about that tomorrow in Perth. We're also making up to £25 million from our affordable homes budget over the next 5 years on a demand-led basis for rural affordable homes for Key Workers Fund to enable local authorities and registered social landlords to purchase properties, including empty homes. And again, I know that's a specific challenge, and I've had that picked up with me this morning already, and happy to answer questions on that. I'm pleased that proposals are already being received for the Highland area and encourage collaborative working to continue to discuss this fund. We're also taking action to address both the challenge of building homes and significant gap between the capital funding Scotland requires and the funding we are left with. Now, we're taking action to bring investment into housing through the Housing Investment Task Force that I established in April through this year. Now, I know SFT are here, I know SNIB are here, they're part of the Housing Investment Task Force. I know John Alexander's here, who was previously leader in Dundee Council, and John was a major part, in fact led the Cities Alliance in terms of trying to bring investment into our cities as well. So as part of that Housing Investment Task Force, we have institutional investors such as Phoenix, Legal and General, M&G and so on. We have the banks, the Royal Bank of Scotland and the Bank of Scotland. And in terms of that, we have local authorities, housing associations and so on. And we touched upon it this morning as well, and Springfield are also part of that as well. So we're trying to look around about how can we get more monies into the sector, and I think that's a challenge, but there are real opportunities around about that as well. In June, we issued a call for action on housing emergency to local planning authorities. I expect an emergency-led focus and decision-making on plans and on applications. Our national planning framework has minimum housing figures, and these are expected to be exceeded in plans as they come forward. Now, I was here around about a year ago in November, where we got Freeport developers, we got housing developers and the local authorities as well as the council pulling together. And one of the key things that was raised at that particular time is, what do we do around about planning? We've only got a next number of houses that have been set aside at that particular time, and I'll touch on the MCA's master plan consent areas as a way of how we tackled that. And I think that's a major step forward, and we can learn lessons from different parts of Scotland in terms of that going forward as well. Now, the Minister for Planning and Chief Planner have also made clear to the planning sector SME house builders developments are part of the solution to the emergency, particularly in rural areas and on brownfield sites. Now, in our work with the Housing to 2040 Board, compromising key stakeholders from across the housing sector, we are forging ahead with targeted priority action to respond to the emergency. So the third pillar we talked about obviously was the right homes in the right places. So we're working closely with our local authority partners and ensuring strategic housing investment plans reflect the full range of housing priorities. Our Rural and Islands Housing Fund has continued to play an important role in helping community organisations and others to deliver affordable homes. We're complementing delivery through our mainstream programme by councils and housing associations in rural and island areas. We continue to work closely with Highland Council through effective local partnerships to ensure that proposals coming through the fund are complementary to the main affordable housing supply programme and take advantage of alternative routes. On a permanent home for everyone, we know that the number of children in temporary accommodation is far too high, and that length of stays in temporary accommodation are not good for the well-being of the families, and there are targeted work going on in that at the moment. We remain committed to transforming and modernising the homelessness system. That's an issue that's in Scotland, it's in the rest of the UK as well, and in many, many parts of Europe. Also, we're winning responsibility for homeless prevention and investing in rapid rehousing transition plans for the 6th consecutive year. I understand that Highland Council was a pioneer of securing suitable off-the-shelf properties and has learned much from the process over the last years. And there are really some positive examples that have added affordable housing supply in urban and rural areas. We also support the wider work of local authorities and registered landlords to better understand what they need to do to reduce turnaround times for empty voids and empty properties. Now, we remain committed to transforming and modernising the homelessness system. We are widening responsibility for homeless prevention and investing in rapid housing transition plans, as said, for the 6th year. Now, the Rural and Islands Housing Action Plan. Tomorrow I will be attending the first annual summit of the Rural and Islands Housing Action Plan, and will highlight the good progress that has been made and continues to be made to deliver the actions set out in this plan. One of the specific actions we have fulfilled is our commitment to deliver secondary legislation to enable councils to apply up to 100% premium on council tax rates for second homes. And these new powers came into effect from the 1st of April, enabling local authorities to make decisions about the council tax treatment of second homes to determine the balance of use of housing to meet local needs. This recognises that local areas differ and the impact of second homes across the country is disparate. And what may cause pressure in some communities could equally provide a benefit for others. Now, I've encouraged councillors to fully consider the role that second homes have in their communities and use these additional powers when required. Highland Council has indicated the use of a land bank fund supported to the income from second and holiday home council tax. I want to come back to the point around about housing economy because I think this is the key point for me this afternoon. I recognise important links between housing and the economy will continue to be critical. Our Rural and Islands Housing Action Plan recognises the importance of there being strong collaboration between local authority housing, planning and economic development officials to ensure close working in support of housing, economy and place ambitions. The role of Highlands and Islands Enterprise and South of Scotland Enterprise is important in working with the local authorities to facilitate these connections between housing and the economy. And my officials will continue to work collaboratively with regional economic partnerships on the joint response to housing pressures and demand from economic growth, for example through key investment delivery in the renewable sector and collaboration on the green industrial strategy and green deals. As I said, last November, I met previously with house builders, Freeport developers and Highland Council to discuss the planning and housing issues associated with the creation of the Freeport. In September, the Scottish Government published a planning protocol that commits key partners to work together to facilitate planning and consenting processes in green Freeport sites. The programme for Government also commits that we will support early adopters to deliver master plan consent areas, a new upfront consenting model to support delivery of major projects, including national developments and green Freeports. And I've met with representatives of the renewable sector to discuss the levels and scales of renewable work and the housing required to support the green Freeport and look forward to hearing about SSEN plans today. I welcome the collaborative approach that has been taken by SSEN Transmission to ensure that the right homes are delivered in the right place. Now, in conclusion, and I think this is one of the key things, one of the key words that came out today as well, this is about delivery. How do we deliver this? We can talk about strategies, we can talk about collaboration. This is about how we deliver. So one of the key things I'd be keen to pick up on this afternoon is how do we actually deliver this? And I know the Council's been leading that and I give them commendations for that. So the actions I think we're taking now sets us on to set a sustainable growth. But we're under no illusions that this will take time and require a sustained and joint effort from all parties. This is why events such as the Summit are so important in bringing a wide range of organisations together to collaborate and bring forward local solutions to deliver the homes that are needed for communities across the Highlands. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, for setting out just how much work the Scottish Government is doing to address this. In his speech yesterday morning, the First Minister talked about the constraints that the government faces, you know, ahead of the UK budget, but he talked about actually the government should be moving from fixing challenges to actually shaping and providing stability and certainty for the private sector. So now more than ever, there's a real opportunity, I think, and we've heard a lot today and are going to hear more in this next session about just how willing the private sector is to work in partnership. I mean, what do you see as the key things really to help enable that certainty, and you know, how can government enable this as much as possible? We've heard a little bit this morning about the role of planning in unlocking this, about not kind of slavishly following NPF 4 and some of the opportunities that are there. But I think just any additional thoughts that you might have about, you know, how government should be and how it can collaborate.
I think there are a number of things. One is the partnership. I think that's incredibly important, and I think I touched on when we were here just last November talking about this, and I think one of the key things we hoped to develop from then was that key partnership working, and I'm delighted that, you know, a number of months later it's now moved on into this and evolved, and the work that the Freeport providers have carried out has been absolutely fantastic. You and I had a chat previously around about this, probably around about the same time, talking about that. So the partnership is incredibly important. I think the other part is around about policy clarity, and I heard obviously around about rent controls. And I think that's really important. I was talked around about obviously the wider retrofitting agenda as well, because we can't take that away from that as well. So we need more clarity around about heating buildings, for example, and the government are dealing with that and moving ahead with that pretty quickly. I think the collaboration is incredibly important, and I probably touched on it in the last, I suppose, sentence or two. One was about delivery. We've got to be clear around about the delivery mechanisms around about this as well. The council are leading in this, the Freeport are delivering this, but what's the delivery mechanism? And no, it's something that the First Minister is very much focused on is the delivery aspect of this. So it's the delivery, and I'd be really keen to see how we can pick up on this afternoon to make sure we're talking about delivery on this. One of the challenges I face obviously is around about, as a government, as a House Minister, I can't go out and borrow. I get given the money I get from the UK government, I can't go out and borrow. So I talked about the Housing Investment Task Force. So what can we do around about the Housing Investment Task Force? As I said, we've got pension fund providers, we've got SNIB, SFT and others that are involved in that. So how can we flex up the system that we have, but how can we get additional monies into the sector? And also ask for more fiscal flexibility from the UK government. And I think, so you touched upon it yourself, you're not too sure around about how understanding the UK government are at this stage around about the scale that's going to be required to deliver this. So again, that'll be something I'll be picking up with UK government colleagues in terms of that, is can they give us more fiscal flexibility to try and deliver what we need to do in terms of this. But we need to get more money into the sector. It's all around about trying to get capital into the sector. So so a quick run through, but there are challenges, but the opportunities are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and I think we've already begun to hear this morning about just how willing the private sector is, and actually how much money they are prepared to put on the table. But they are keen to do so in a really useful and helpful way that actually thinks, considers legacy and leaves something better behind. So we've heard the example about groundworks and so on today. So UK government had its big investment summit last week. It set out its industrial strategy. I think you're spot on. I think we've got a huge amount to do to help the UK government understand the contribution that Scotland is making to the journey to net zero. This is the UK's industrial base. Mm-hmm. There is a significant economic opportunity here, as well as solving the energy challenge that we need. We've got to do it. It's got to happen, and we can make it happen more quickly. I'm going to open up to questions from the audience. So if you can say who you are and where you're from, but any questions that you have for the Minister, or indeed suggestions, many of which we were beginning to hear coming forward this morning. We've got two here. The lady just here and right at the front here.
Hi, Minister. Hi. Liz Richardson here, Council Tenant Rep on the Housing and Property Committee. And follow up to our good discussion in Stirling, and then later in the summit in Dundee, which was very productive, we talked about housing accessibility and housing and social care accessibility. My concern is a tenant, and I would think residents in general would have a concern with legacy housing being all accessible. Because in order for us to have homes for life, which we know we don't have, because either through downsizing or because they're unsuitable down the road, people have to move. But what guarantee are we going to have in Highland that all homes being built through this program are going to be of an adaptable standard, even in anticipation of the accessible home standard?
Yeah, and that's, we've had this chat, and it's a good question. I think with the new housing standards, it's much easier now, whether that be affordable housing or whether that just be residential housing. In terms of that, there are different, obviously, standards now that are there. In terms of the housing going back, historically, then obviously the local authorities should be picking up as part of the local housing strategy and how they spend their monies in terms of adaptabilities, accessibility, and so on. So I would hope, and I'm sure the council would make sure that the new houses that are built will have the adaptability and accessibility that's required with the standards that are now set out. In terms of previous housing, that's something the local authority would have to, over a number of period of time, trying to get ahead of what the actual requirement is. And I think when we talked about this before, there are some local authorities that are very good, and I know Highland are, in terms of trying to assess what the actual requirement is, rather than deal with it reactively. So I think that's a challenge. But I'm sure with the new houses that are being built, these will make a difference to people who have the adaptability and accessibility requirements that's there.
There's another question at the front here.
Thank you very much for coming today and hearing what we've got to say. It really is appreciated. One thing that, if you'd been here earlier as well, and you heard when you did come in as well, was the sort of the buzz that was used, the drive that everybody has to achieve this. Everybody recognises that housing is now front and central to our future economic and social prospects. I would have said, for example, for my Highland Council colleagues and everybody in planning, everybody absolutely gets that and are focused at driving that forward. But very often it's the statutory consultees where you start wading through the syrup. Do you, in your role, have you got the buy-in of your colleagues in Cabinet and others to really drive this message all the way down? Because it's actually the counterfactual. Although somebody, for example, totally valid, say, in an environmental consideration, do they understand the counterfactual that the implications of their decision could cost the economy billions? And I do mean billions. But are you getting that support from the wider Cabinet that this has to be treated as a priority going forward, not just for planning and these things, but for all the statutory consultees who are around it?
Yeah, and yes, and that's from the First Minister down the way. And I think in terms of this, we know we've got the renewables opportunities. And again, it provides challenges in terms of staff that's required, obviously, to assess these and get these through. So there's a recruitment drive going on to try and increase the number of planners. Now, in terms of renewables, sometimes they need to have the specialisation in terms of that. So the Planning Minister's aware of that. So there's a work underway in that regard to talk around about how we can improve the ability to recruit on a much quicker basis. We need to be getting through these renewable applications as soon as we possibly can. Of course, it has to go through the necessary procedure, but we need to make sure that it goes through, as you said, the statutory consultees as soon as possible. So that's been recognised at First Minister and Planning Minister level, as well as myself. So we have regular discussions on that, and there's work ongoing at that at the moment. But the quicker we can get these through, obviously going through the necessary checks and balances, the quicker we can get the ground works underway, the quicker we can get houses built, and the quicker we can get people in there and working as soon as possible.
Yeah, it builds actually on an earlier point that was very well made about leadership within organisations, but also driving that vision right through the organisation. So ensuring that within the councils, within High, right across the statutory consultees, that there's really an understanding of the bigger picture. And it's not just narrowing down on one particular. And we're beginning to see really positive examples of how statutory consultees are engaging externally. So we had the chief exec of SEPA, Nicole, up here a couple of weeks ago. So only too happy to work with the local business community.
Yeah, and we were just at the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, myself, were at the recent COHI up in Orkney just a couple of weeks ago. That point was raised by all the member authorities at that particular point, and the exact point, as you said, was picked up. So again, that was picked up by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. Yeah, so there is work underway and pushing that on.
There's an education job for us all to do here, championing this and helping people right across Scotland and the UK understand the scale of the opportunity. Are there any other questions? We're quite tight for time, but I'm conscious we started a little bit later. So,
thanks very much. Brian Clark from Park Lane Developments. We've been involved in a number of large-scale residential developments in Inverness. And firstly, I'd just like to, I suppose, thank Highland Council for today. I think it's been a very positive and really encouraging session that we've had this morning. Just picking up really on a point that Callum made earlier to the Minister, and I realise, Minister, it's not your area of specific responsibility, but certainly in my experience, Transport Scotland have been very, very difficult to engage with properly. And certainly if you look at the housing land supply in the Inverness local plan, Inverness East is seriously affected by the uncertainty around A96 dualling. And they have repeatedly failed to engage they've repeatedly kicked the can down the road in terms of making decisions and timescales. And the one thing that the development industry doesn't deal with well is uncertainty and non-engagement. And if they're not going to do the A96, just tell us, and that's fine. We can manage that. But it's just, as I say, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to sound as if we're being a typical developer and complaining about this, that, or the other. But and I think the local authorities share the frustration. That we need a bit of certainty about what's going to happen.
Just on that point, but I will take that back about the 96, and there has to be engagement. If it's not a good message, then fine. You know how to deal with it, and I think that's something I will certainly take back and feedback on that. It does come back to the broader point I was making in about certainty. For any business, it's talking about certainty. And if we're talking about development, then transport, it obviously plays a major part. How we look at energy supply plays a major part, and I think that's really important. The broader infrastructure plays a really, really important part in that as well. So I will certainly take that message back to you in terms of that. You need that certainty as a business to deliver on that. And I suppose it comes back to some of the broader challenges. If we're talking about the 25,000 houses as well, what is the actual infrastructure requirement over that period of time? It's not just around about the 25,000 homes. We're talking about schools. We're talking about obviously transport. So what do we do over that certain period of time to try and deliver that as well? And again, this is something that the council and I will be picking up in a lot more details in terms of what's the infrastructure that's required, as well as working with the Freeport providers and SSEN and others in terms of that. And it is all in about the collaboration in that regard, but it is all in about giving you that certainty. So I'll get back to you in terms of that. They should be engaging with you, but I'll take that back and we'll make sure we get a response to you on that one.
Yeah, and I think that's something we've heard a lot in our Highlands and Islands committee as well. I am conscious of time, but I think there's a couple of quick, very final questions. What I'll do is I'll take them together, maybe. The gentleman here and then over on the right here.
Thank you. Alistair Sutherland, Head of Planning, Burness, Paull Solicitors. Minister, in the Council's paper on Highland Housing Challenge, it speaks about increasing the number and variety of developments, and one of the ways in which that can happen and there can be delivery is to build a guarantor model. And the Council says that this may involve council or preferably Scottish Government guarantee. So that would be effectively guaranteeing to the development industry that if houses don't sell or don't sell at a suitable price, then there is something there which will de-risk it for them. And that public sector guarantor models attract significant institutional investment, lowers interest rates as risk is substantially reduced. Will the Scottish ministers commit to putting in place such a guarantee model?
Before we take that one, I'll just take this quick one here as well, if we can. Final.
Oh, yourself. There you go.
I don't know. Raymond Bremner, Highland Council, leader of the Highland Council. I note that you said you'll take this very quick one. But just to give a bit of a background on one of the points that was made earlier on, and thanks very much, Minister, for trying to tackle it, but you did refer to the Highland Council, and rightly so. When it comes to improving the housing stock or the existing housing stock of council, we have already addressed that in the paper that went to council outlining our Highland Housing Challenge just before the summer recess. And it clearly states in there in four paragraphs the context of the highly constrained HRA that we have. And the reserves that we have in the HRA, and they are extremely constrained as well. But that we are looking at how we can improve the stock, and that was as part of our local housing strategy and our investment plan, which have been outlined this year as well. So we are being very challenging to ourselves as to how we're going to do that. But one of the key areas in there. And you will know I've already discussed this with you, and you would be absolutely shocked and surprised if I did not mention this at our conference today, and that's why you're grinning from ear to ear. And that is the fact that when it comes to, you mentioned about local government and Scottish Government and UK Government collaboration, we would like to see that in terms of the fact that 42 pence in every pound at this moment in time that comes in from HRA income is actually spent on paying down aged debt. And it would be good to see how we can work that forward, because one of the key areas that we've said in the paper that we brought to Council that restricts us or holds us back on that key area of investment is the fact that that amount of money is actually going to pay down aged debt. So, yeah, maybe just a little bit of a reference and acknowledgement on that, Paul, would be very much appreciated.
So, very quickly, government as a guarantor, and then local government funding.
I'll touch on the guarantor one. Both deal with Treasury rules in terms of that. The reason that I set up the Housing Investment Task Force in April was to talk around about how we get more money into the sector. So one of the key things I would ask from UK government is more fiscal flexibility. That includes the use of guarantees. There are some guarantees we can use, there are some that we can't, that we would like to use. So the Housing Investment Task Force brought together the likes of the banks, institutional investors, SNIB, SFT in terms of that, about how can we do that, because most of these guarantees are contingent liabilities. They're not necessarily required, but it gives that degree of certainty. So the Housing Investment Task Force that has that as one of the key work streams, so that's something we're looking at around about that. There are some things that we'll be able to do ourselves, but there'll be some things we'll need to go to Treasury and ask for approval to do that. So the Housing Investment Task Force has met now for about 3 occasions. It's been on the go since April. It will be meeting and continue, and will produce some recommendations in the first quarter this year. Guarantees has been discussed. It's one of the key work streams, because that would give certainty to the local authorities and so on in terms of that. So that's something I'm really keen to pursue, and we are continuing to do that in discussion with the sector itself. In terms of the Treasury rules, and again, that comes back to something that the UK government has the ability to do that, but it does impact on your ability to go out and borrow. And I've tried to be as flexible as possible around about HRA, and I'm sorry to people talking about council business here, but it's around about HRA or general account, and how flexible can we be around about that as well. So we've had a number of discussions with local authorities on that. In terms of the Treasury rules, that's something we would have to go to UK government in terms of that if they were to write off that debt at that particular time, either over a period of time or as a one-off. But I know you and I chatted that. But we're trying to get more fiscal flexibility, and that's certainly something I'll be raising with my UK equivalent in the next few weeks, hopefully when I catch up with them.
Yeah, and it's perhaps something for us to keep banging the drum on when we're in our conversations with UK government ministers about those Treasury appraisal models as well, which is really holding back infrastructure development as well. So thank you very much indeed. You talked about the importance of keeping talking and to collaboration, and you've shown that today by coming along and taking time to speak to us and to answer questions. So thank you very much indeed, Minister.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we are moving on to funding and delivery. I better put my specs back on, I think. Great, so if I could have Callum McPherson and Jenny Davis, Susan Campbell, Bruce Walker and Alan Maguire join me on the stage for the rest of the conversation. Looking forward to hearing from you. Good. Yes, we've got Mary as well from SSEN. Oh, you're going to do an announcement. So it says an announcement from SSEN Transmission. Pardon me, I'm not reading my notes properly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karen Jack from SSEN Transmission. I'm one of the Deputy Project Directors leading one of the infrastructure schemes for Alasdair. But I'm here today to represent a steering group that was set up in SSEN Transmission, established by Mary Jarvie at the start of this year. We've been on an incredible journey over the last 9 months as we've developed a housing strategy, and today we're proud to launch that strategy. So really just a couple of words from me before we jump into the panel session. But Housing's become something that's absolutely critical path to us in terms of delivering our infrastructure projects, and that's why we're delighted to sponsor today's event. So we're responsible for operating, maintaining and upgrading the electricity transmission network in the north east of Scotland. We have a programme in play called Pathway to 2030, which looks at £20 billion worth of investment in the 400 kV network into Scotland to enable renewable generation and also remove some of the local constraints which prohibit development in the area. I think one of the opportunities that we've uncovered has been the opportunity to launch our housing strategy, where we're able to commit to supporting 1,000 new homes in the north east of Scotland. That really is around the scale and the commitment from SSEN into infrastructure, but not looking just at electricity infrastructure, but looking at economy, looking at skills, and importantly about looking at homes. And it's also about bringing people into the area by creating good quality accommodation so we can attract people into the area to work as part of our projects and go on in the pipeline in future projects. So our housing strategy, it looks at bringing together demand for worker accommodation. Our worker accommodation needs are fairly simple. We look for a bed, a bathroom, you know, and a locked door, which is a bit of an in-joke for those that were in the hotel last night. But it's also about working with communities and us bringing together. It's not about us building accommodation for our workers. It's about our accommodation need and also looking at the needs of communities and bringing those two things together to build a place-based solution for worker accommodation that we can utilise during our construction phase of our works and then leave as a positive legacy for communities. And that really is at the heart of our housing strategy. So the housing strategy is kind of based around 4 pillars. It's around meeting worker needs. So for us, it's about safe, healthy and well-being. It's about the well-being of our workforce. That looks at their mental health, their physical health, and also about attracting people, though, and encouraging them to stay in the rural areas of Scotland where we work in. It's place-based approach. So it's about working with local stakeholders, local communities, and building work and accommodation solutions that are genuine, true legacy. It's about leaving good quality housing. I think you spoke about worker accommodation that was built in the 1940s. We want to leave that legacy behind. It's about leaving good quality lousing, and it's about additionality and not displacement. And Mary spoke about that earlier when we spoke about tourism. So really, when we look at how we've achieved, and I take the call for action about how we've got to where we are, because actually we started out with a challenge from our managing director, Rob MacDonald, to see if we could identify the opportunity to create 200 homes, and actually we've exceeded that by identifying an ability today to commit to 1,000 new homes in the north east of Scotland. But actually what we've been able to do is do that through collaboration. So what we've been able to do, and it's not just about collaborating, really what it's about bringing together our contractors, the local authorities, registered social landlords and other local organisations, and we just can't underestimate what that means to come together. So what is collaboration? Because I feel sometimes it's an overused term. It's about communicating, it's about listening, but most importantly, it's about sharing. And I think that was one of the kind of, I wouldn't say the struggles that we had, but one of the challenges we had of bringing people together. There was lots of talk, but actually you need to play your cards sometimes. You need to disclose your position so we could move forward at pace, quickly, and try and remove some of those barriers. So it really is about keeping an open mind, and it's about driving forward our commitment to deliver the houses. So I think it's really, really important. I think it would be remiss of me to put a special thank you to Mary Jarvie, who joined SSEN Transmission at the start of this year. Mary joined and was a complete disruptor in our business and has had a massive positive impact on just the way that we consider, and also our principal contractors consider, about how we can accommodate workers and how we can have an economic benefit into the areas we work, and also leave a really strong legacy behind to our communities. So thank you, Mary. And really, I think the other thanks I would say is just to local authorities and the local stakeholders we worked with. A preconception that I had was that local authorities can often be be slow, you know, and it takes them time to come on the journey. I would say over the last 9 months, as we've developed this strategy, I've struggled to keep up with some local authority stakeholders. So hopefully for those in the room, you know, they can take a positive message from that people really are behind this, and it is about driving action. We now have identified sites, and we want to take those through now to start construction, and hopefully our next update to you is an update on the number of homes that we have built. So a special thank you to everyone for hosting today, and yeah, thank you very much for the rest of today. Thank you.
Karen, thank you very much indeed for that, and that's a fantastic piece of news, so thanks so much for sharing that with us. Callum, over to you. And thank you again to SSEN Transmission for partnering with us today. So,
thank you, and I'm going to start off with a thank you as well to I have to say Highland Council for convening today. It's a huge step forward. It's really important. We're already having lots and lots of conversations with not just the inward investors who've already said they're going to come here, but those who are looking to come here. And to be able to say that we're holding this kind of meeting with politicians at a national and local level and partners is, I will be using the fact that we've convened here today to talk about this a lot in the coming months. I can assure you of that. And also, just for those who don't, who are less aware, we've talked a little bit about the Green Freeport and what's happening. If I may wrap my arms a bit wider than that, if we talk about what's happening with the transmission work, and we talk about what's happening with the pump storage schemes, even if one of them happened, and if we look at the billions of investment that we can already see coming through for the Green Freeport, we're not talking about a Central Highland project. We're not talking about a Highland project. We're not even talking about a Scottish project. We're talking about one of the largest projects in the world, certainly in Europe at this time. It's the biggest ever infrastructure investment in Scotland's history, ever. So and I've spent a lot of time speaking to people in Orkney and in Lochaber and other places as well, I genuinely believe this is something that's going to be a real and impactful generational opportunity that will have a huge distance for a long time to come. There will be bumps in the road, absolutely, but in 30 or 40 years from now, I really want my kids and grandkids to look back and say, they caught that one right. They didn't let that chance pass us by. So, as has been said earlier today, I think it's a responsibility and our duty to make sure we land this right. So just going on to housing models and investment, in the last couple of days, I've been looking out for them. I've driven past hydro housing, forestry housing, lots of estate housing, and I've even driven quite a few police houses. This is not new, ladies and gentlemen. We've done this a lot of times before. But in the past, we tended just to click our fingers and make it happen. We live in a far more complicated world now. And I think that's what I think, if I may, Minister and elected members as well, we need to make the government and local government, we all need to help to make it as simple as possible. And I know that we're all on that model. Just one thing on the money side of things. One of the reasons why 30 or 40 organisations across the Highlands fought so hard to get the Green Freeport status in the Highlands, and there was lots of competition, believe me, was that one of the mechanisms is around a non-domestic rate holiday for those who come and invest in just specific areas in the Green Freeport. Now, that 5-year holiday for non-domestic rates isn't lost to this area. That's not paid for by Highland Council forgoing that money. What the mechanism is that 5-year holiday that these big pieces of infrastructure will have, that's given back to the Highland Council working in partnership with the Green Freeport to be put back into this region for community capacity. Now, obviously, there's a process to be gone through. We'll see as this fund starts to build up what we will do. And, absolutely, there's nobody knows our community infrastructure requirements better than the Highland Council, so there'll be a core partner in this. But it might well be we do put it towards housing and nursery teachers, and even maybe doctor surgeries. Who knows what we'll put it towards? It'll be whatever we need to put it towards to make sure that the community and the population in the Highlands can grow with this opportunity. So, to put in some numbers on it, rough estimates are that over the next 25 years, that could be as much as 400 million plus. So we have some mechanisms here to reinvest in unlocking infrastructure. And by the way, and I'm certain people would agree with me in terms of the use of what is effectively public funds, this isn't about paying for this stuff. It's about de-risking to allow private sector investment to come in. Because if we can de-risk and we can facilitate that, we'll leverage in a huge amount more investment. Obviously, that's to say, subject to process, but I think that's kind of a vision that we share on how we can use that. In terms of private money coming in my career, I've been lucky enough to be involved in things like delivering 700 plus unit schemes of private rented sector accommodation in places like Manchester. Now, I'm not saying that model is going to work here, but what I would say is there's a number of key features that, as a region, we need to adopt that will accelerate private investment. And let me tell you, there's no shortage of interest. We've had inquiries, not just, of course, Scottish National Investment Bank and others, but we've had interest from across the world in what's happening here and how they might invest. We've had multinational energy companies saying, OK, we're going to do offshore wind, we're going to explore that, but are there any parallel investments we can look at as well that would make sense for us to accelerate things? So there's definitely an interest out there, but there are some common themes. Alignment of policy, and today is all about us all being absolutely aligned to make sure that anybody coming to look to invest here, or indeed Indigenous businesses here looking to expand, have got a clear path. We need certainty as much as we can around policy and structure. Sudden right turns and left turns doesn't help anybody, as we've heard earlier on about what happens if you get uncertainty. And there are no shortage of models for investment there. Personally, I think joint investment models between public and private is going to be a big part of that going forward. But I'm sorry, I'm beginning a stuck record on this, but what's really important is pace and scale. We don't have years to sort this. We've got months. Months. We need to get our story aligned, because let me tell you, Germany and Finland and Norway and Denmark, they're getting their stories aligned, and that's who the competition is. It's not Oxford Tyre or Ellen. It's Port of Edgeburg. That's your competition, because they are putting right now 900 million euros into one port in Denmark to try and rescue the manufacturing jobs out of this region. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the competition, not those just around the corner. Last 2 points very quickly, if I may. On community engagement, I've met quite a lot of community groups, and one thing I think we need to be really careful of is this narrative that keeps coming up about, well, you're doing this for jobs, you're doing this for housing, what about the community? And every time I say to them, that is the community. Jobs is the community. Housing is the community. These are not inseparable things. If I lived as I did for Skye in 8 years, Mr Finlayson, if somebody came to me and said, in Camashinabeg, we're going to create 5 or 6 long-term strong jobs and 8 really good houses, wow, that would be a huge bonus for the community. So we need to try and join up that whole piece about economic development and prosperity being somehow separate from community interests. The two are absolutely interlinked. But I know everybody in this room knows that anyway, but we just need to keep projecting that out there. And lastly, call to action. But you know what, I don't need to say too much on this, because I see from the agenda that Councillor Bremer and Derek Brown are on the action piece, so I'm giving great comfort for that. But if we are sitting here even 3-6 months' time and we haven't identified 5 bits of land to put houses on, then have we succeeded? I don't know. We need to put some timescales in this, and we need to, if we're jarring, we need to really turn back on ourselves and say, right, are we actually making progress? In 6 months' time, if we haven't made significant steps forward, then we need to look at ourselves and test that again. That's my view. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Callum, for so eloquently setting out why we need to get on with it. So next up we have Jenny Davis from the Scottish Futures Trust. Jenny is the Associate Director, Place, Housing and Economic Investment. That's a big job title.
Thank you and hello. Just for those of you that are not familiar with Scottish Futures Trust, we're an arm's length company that's owned by the Scottish Government, and we're infrastructure specialists working with the public and private sector, supporting and helping deliver infrastructure projects. My own area of focus is housing. I'm going to provide a short update today on one of the models that we've been working on, and that's the long lease approach, that's looking at a way of delivering affordable housing using investment. So I'll just give a brief summary of the model to start with. So with this model, the local authority or RSL, through their subsidiary for mid-market rent, enters into a long lease arrangement with an investor. And this will be for more than 20 years, but could be also 40 plus years. The investor owns the homes, but passes full repairing and insuring and management responsibility to the subsidiary. So subsidiary pays a lease charge linked to an inflation index such as CPI, which could also be subject to caps and collars. The lease charge income stream is essentially what the investors are buying. At the end of the lease, the homes would transfer to the local authority or RSL for a nominal sum, such as £1 per house, and at that point, full ownership is taken on. SFT has undertaken a considerable amount of work looking into the long lease approach. There are several reasons as to why we think this lease approach could work well. The long leases could deliver mid-market rental homes which could meet a need and deliver positive outcomes for people alongside social homes. The approach is a relatively simple model, which means it could be scaled up. Also, with the level of institutional investor interest in affordable housing and its index-linked returns, there's a real potential opportunity here. We are seeing more and more local authorities and RSLs being approached by the private sector to enter into deals. However, allowing this to be done on an individual basis creates significant risk and work for these organisations who may be offered different commercial terms, including unfair ones, for each deal. So what has SFT been doing? Well, my colleagues Neil Rutherford and Niall Kern have been looking at the long lease approach. This work's included modelling to figure out where and to what extent the approach offers additionality and the scale and type of support which could unlock investment. They have been exploring a range of potential structures and go-to-market approaches which could achieve fairness, value for money and scale. They've undertaken a comparison of current financing routes as well as sharing knowledge and learning with local authorities and RSLs and testing the appetite of investors. The work that FSFT is doing now follows on from our previous work, learning lessons from a similar model which has been used in East Lothian, as well as a short life working group that was run last year. SFT is currently working with the Highland Council and other local authorities and RSLs to understand pricing and viability. SFT has also been exploring questions around procurement, subsidy control, budgeting impacts and balance sheet treatment of different long lease approaches. As the Minister mentioned, one of the Scottish Government's Housing Investment Task Force streams is looking at the long lease approach. This task force is made up of a mixture of investors, RSLs, local authorities, as well as SFT and the Scottish Government. There are some challenges with the long lease approach which we have to be aware of. The first is determining what value for money means in this context. Along with this, for some local authorities and RSL, there's a lack of resource. And this can make it difficult for them to confidently enter into discussions and negotiations with investors or to undertake the necessary due diligence to ensure they're achieving fair value for money deals. Also, the number of sites needed to provide the scale that investors are looking for presents a challenge. To provide the scale, sites need to be aggregated, and we're seeing that investors are looking to invest more than $2 million per deal. This might therefore require a multi-site investment potentially across local authority areas or regions. However, we think the long lease approach is one way for private investments to have the impact the public sector wants. SFT feels that the long lease approach could be part of the toolbox and could have a role in delivering affordable homes in Scotland. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. That's really helpful to set that model out for us. So great to hear about that. So next up we have Susan Campbell. Susan is the Investment Director with Scottish National Investment Bank.
Thank you. And first of all, just to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Thanks to Highland Council and Prosper for organising this event. And just to echo what's been said already, I mean, the level of energy, I think, in the room today has been fantastic, and the level of positivity about what we can do collectively. So hopefully I can kind of pick up the baton in that and run with that a bit further. My role at the bank is in market creation. So I'm one of the directors that looks at our place mission, and I'll say a bit more about that in a moment, but it's very much about how we work across public sector, private sector, third sector to try and find solutions. So I've been asked to talk about, what we see as some of those potential solutions today. So first of all, just maybe a quick introduction to the bank, just for those of you who don't know us. So we're Scotland's national development bank, and we're an impact investor. And we were established in November 2020 to deliver investment in pursuit of 3 missions, which is the net zero mission, so supporting that transition to address the climate emergency.
our innovation mission, which is about how we can scale up businesses, how we can look at innovation, technology, productivity, and our place mission, which I focus on, which is about how we invest in places to really transform, create equality, address place-based inequality, and really create communities where everyone thrives. So you can see the interconnectedness of all of this, the place of housing within those missions, and the place of all of this in terms of economic growth, and really heartened today by that bringing together of net zero innovation, place, and housing as a kind of key factor within all of that. So we're a commercial investor as a development bank. We're not here to displace the private market. We're actually here to crowd in that private capital with us. So we can invest equity and debt directly into businesses and projects. We also can invest in funds, and we can do 1 to 50 million on each individual investment. And the way that we think about this is, how can we unlock that additional impact? So what will the market do? But then what can we do as a development bank to take a slightly different risk appetite, to maybe take a different place in a capital stack, to look at maybe longer term financing, whatever is needed actually to unlock the impact that we believe can be delivered. So in terms of what we've done to date, as I say, established November 2020, and so far we've committed almost 650 million of our own capital to 37 businesses and projects. And then importantly, there's about 1 billion of capital that's come in alongside us. So that's where we get that scale and we see that impact. So why am I here today? Why do we think this is important to be talking about? Well, you know, we as the bank recognise the huge economic growth opportunity. We see it, we believe it's going to happen, we believe in this opportunity in the region. So there's a huge commercial opportunity here, and I think we've all talked about this, you know, we need to grab it. It's our opportunity to lose if we don't grab it. But as well as the commercial opportunity, just as importantly, if not more importantly, is the impact opportunity. The opportunity for economic, social, environmental impacts. And touching on that social impact in particular, what we don't want to happen is all of this growth to happen in the region and it not benefit existing communities. So there's something here about how do we use this great opportunity to also address the unmet needs of existing communities at the moment, whether that's accessible housing needs, whether that's addressing homelessness, whether it's the needs of existing businesses. So many different needs at the moment that we need to think about as we look at these wider opportunities. So pace and scale has been talked about. I just echo that. We as the bank, we want to see what we can do as a development bank to increase the pace and scale of housing delivery, and that's across all tenures, and that's taking a whole place approach. So housing is part of that wider place, the infrastructure needed to create real communities. So we can look at investing in the homes themselves, we can look at projects, infrastructure, surrounding those homes to create that sense of place. And we can also invest in the supply chain, and I think that's absolutely vital. We need the supply chain to be there to deliver the pipeline, but also the supply chain can't grow without certainty of pipeline. So we need to take that whole system, whole place, really coordinated approach, which I think is what everyone in the room here is talking about today. I think we need to also recognise, though, that we as the bank can only do so much. Our capital can only go so far. All public capital can only go so far. So that's where that attracting private commercial capital comes in. We need to do that. It's absolutely vital. We also are only one organisation. So again, no one's got a silver bullet. That idea of us all coming together actually to develop solutions across public, private, third sector, that's absolutely critical. So for me, I think there's two things. How do we attract that investment? And then how do we actually maximise the impact of that investment for the benefit of the region and its people? So in terms of attracting investment, well, we need a stable policy environment. Callum's mentioned that already. We need that certainty. We need that confidence. We need investors to have confidence in the region. People are not going to invest in houses and build houses on the kind of hope that jobs and people will come. There absolutely needs to be that strong vision, that clear vision that this is going to be delivered and that this is going to happen. The P word, obviously, there needs to be certainty in planning outcomes. I think the master plan consent areas is a really useful tool to give investor confidence as well. And there also needs to be confidence in that partnership working, that when you're delivering mixed tenure sites, that the funding streams will be there, or innovative funding models around that affordable housing piece to bring all of that together. We also need the right type of investment models. So, as we've said, lots of private capital out there with an appetite to invest in housing in Scotland. But sometimes there can be a mismatch between the risk appetite of that capital and the risk profile of the opportunities that we're actually seeing and bringing together. So we need to think about ways to address that, particularly for institutional investors who are looking for investment grade opportunities. And there's different ways to tackle that, and the kind of lease model that Jenny spoke about is one of those potential ways. But there's also something about aggregation of opportunities, scale, economies of scale. You know, how do we actually build a portfolio where you can spread risk, you can spread opportunity, and you can create a kind of returns profile that works? And it's an obvious point, but for investment to come in, you know, projects and opportunities need to be viable. And we know that there are challenges around costs. But again, if we can think about aggregation and we can think about how we can support the supply chain to grow, you know, there should be ways. It can't be beyond our kind of collective ken to think about how we can do that and actually bring that together. And then to that maximising the impact. So, you know, what do we need to do there? Well, that comes back to, you know, another theme that's come up time and time again today, which is partnership working. So how do you create a vision that everyone shares across public, private, third sector and work in partnership to deliver that? And I'm sure Alan from Highland Council will talk a bit more about that. And I hope that we as the bank are, you know, able to play a part in that. I think we're quite uniquely positioned as a commercial finance organisation, but also part of the public sector. So we want to help, we want to play that role. There's also something here about affordable housing, and if we aggregate projects, if we look at how the public sector can kind of get ahead of this and think about participating in some of that commercial return, then how can we use returns from private sales, private rents to cross-subsidise affordable homes, or to look at bringing portfolios of sites together to maybe cross-subsidise delivering some more challenging locations. This needs to be a kind of whole region approach to really deliver the benefits across the region. And I think it's about making every pound of grant or other forms of public subsidy, to Callum's point, public funding. How do you leverage that? How do you make it go as far as possible? And that's what we want to do. We want to think about the investment models that can achieve that. So one particular idea we're exploring is around joint ventures. And Alan from Highland and I are talking about that. We also think joint ventures could be one of the ways to help to unlock the opportunities from the SSEN transmission piece. We think there's something in this. So the idea would be that we have partners coming together, public, private, third sector, the right partners for the opportunity, who can take a long-term view of working together to unlock mixed tenure housing sites and wider place projects as well, depending on the particular partners. The partners would bring equity to the table, so that would be capital from investors like the bank, but it could be land. I think the land ownership piece is really critical here. And it's then about those partners taking a view of risk and return together, sharing that risk and return. We all are going to need to take some risk here to get ahead of this and actually maximise the opportunity, but it's how do we share that, but then share the returns that come from that in a really collaborative, kind of open book way. We also think that with joint ventures, there is that potential to bring sites together, to cross-subsidise across tenures, to cross-subsidise and deliver across multiple sites, to get that aggregation and scale point, and hopefully, therefore, to both give supply chain certainty of a pipeline. And supply chain partners could be part of these joint ventures. Certainly, developers could be part of the joint ventures, social landlords, investors, commercial businesses with a long-term interest in the area as well. I think there's different ways of bringing that together. But supply chain certainty could come from this, I think. And also then that potential to look at the institutional investment piece. If there's big portfolios being created of mid-market rent homes, private rental homes, how do we bring that together? So that's one idea that we're keen to explore. I'm hoping this is a conversation starter today with me on this. I'm really keen to hear from people in the room as to your levels of interest in that idea and other ideas. But I'm hearing myself saying conversation starter, and actually I think we've had a lot of conversation. Actually, it should be an action starter. So I'm really hoping that this today is a chance for us to move things into the next phase and actually start to put some delivery models together, and we as a bank are really keen to be part of that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. I think you've really set out a real raft of potential solutions there, and I think, really captures so well that it isn't one size fits all. There's lots of different models and ways of tackling this. So thank you so much for that. So next up, we're going to hear from Bruce Walker, who's the Strategic Land Director from Barratt and also Chair of Homes for Scotland. Bruce, over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Crikey, the pressure's on, isn't it? I was speaking to Research and Development Department at lunchtime today and asked them if they've got any blow-up houses. Clearly, we've got a serious problem here to address, but a massive opportunity as well. I'm going to talk a wee bit about financing private housing. In house builder world, I guess developers would already own all the land that was suitable for development, but the fact is we don't. Most of our land is held under either conditional contract or secured via an option. This means that a landowner will always want a reasonable rate of return if they were to make their land available for development. I want you to hold that thought as it's a thread that runs through the rest of what I want to say today. Development viability is not a dark art. Developers, at least as far as I'm aware, haven't attended Professor Snape's class at Hogwarts. It's actually quite a simple process. We calculate our land value based on a residual basis. So that means, and sorry for all those who understand it better than me, that the land value is what is left after we've deducted profit, build, costs, sales costs, fees, abnormals, planning gain, and LBTT, by the way, we already pay a land tax, from the GDV of the project. Clearly, if the deductions exceed the GDV, we have a negative land value. Equally, if there's not a sufficient gap between the GDV and the deductions, there won't be a reasonable return to the landowner, who will almost always be protected by a contracted minimum price. Two key pendulum items affect this residual process, setting aside sales revenue. Build costs, either due to geography or an increased regulatory regime. As you all know, Scottish Government are currently consulting on a passive house equivalent standard and the building safety levy. Whatever you think about those two proposals, they will increase build costs. The second key issue is planning gain, now often in excess of £20,000 a unit. Sharp, unforeseen increases in planning gain are damaging to viability and unwelcome. Of course, Scottish Government are also consulting on proposals to introduce an infrastructure levy, just for housing, it seems. And this will squeeze our pips even further. Perhaps others should contribute towards planning gain and infrastructure levy, and I welcome your thoughts on that. And it's interesting what Callum had to say about sharing that burden. Clearly, we pitch our financial proposals to our group against 25 English divisions. Clearly, if we don't meet our metrics, we don't get support. And we also have to compete with a national planning regime in England, which, let's be honest, is or will be far more pro-housing than we have here. Alistair Dodds spoke this morning about the role of SMEs in delivering increased output. The role here in the Highlands is absolutely critical. Research that we've undertaken recently at Homes of Scotland reveals that SMEs now account for less than 20% of new house sales, compared to 40% pre-2017. And there are now just 133 SME developers compared to 333 in 2016. And remember, it's the SMEs that do the heavy lifting in remote and rural areas. Key reasons for the decline are well known: access to development finance and an uncertain and expensive planning process. We at Barratt allow £250,000 for a planning application. And that's just not a cost that SMEs can face. So clearly we need an expedited planning process for the SMEs, which is cheaper, which is quicker, and which is more certain. So conclusions in our key areas: we need to identify land where people actually want to live. We need to make sure that land is deliverable, that the landowner wants to sell, and the site is free of any constraints, or those constraints can be overcome at reasonable cost. We want a fast, efficient, and an equitable consents process. We want others to share the burden on planning gain and infrastructure levy. Why should it just be housing developers that pay that? And finally, We want a more balanced approach to managing the expectations of local communities, particularly by elected members, who should extol the benefits of new development as well as voicing the concerns of local residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce, and I think that very helpfully sets out the context and helps those of us who are not as close to that development process as we might be understand what the commercials look like and how you can lose your shirt. So, Alan Maguire, last but not least, who's the Head of Development and Regeneration from Highland Council.
Hi there. I've been working in the construction industry now for over 40 years, and like Tom MacLeod, I've never seen so many Aberdeen supporters in the one room. I obviously picked the wrong date for this meeting. I'm quickly going to explain how affordable housing is funded, similar to previously people talking about how private housing is funded. I want to explain how affordable housing is funded and why we actually need to look at these alternative mechanisms now. And I'll comment on some of the previous speakers' contribution as well. So traditionally, affordable housing funding for rent was very, very straightforward. We get Scottish Government grant to part fund the project, and then we borrowed on the future rental stream of basically, be it a housing association or a local authority, you almost take out a mortgage based on your future rental scheme. So that was fine, and we've been able to deliver a lot of projects through that. As project costs increased, we then looked at how can we help cross-subsidise that, and we did it through various means. We've done it through using other grants that we were able to attribute to regeneration projects, to rural projects, and also through Section 75 housing projects, which are the favourite subject of every developer in this room. And then we also used our council tax in the second and holiday homes to cross-subsidise as well. The significant change in all this in the last couple of years has been construction cost inflation. So pre-COVID, the cost of building a new home in Inverness might have been around 150,000, and we would have funded that through £90,000 worth of Scottish Government grant and £60,000 capitalised rent. Post the pandemic, total costs have increased to well over £200,000 in the Inverness area, and over £300,000 in the West Coast, and it's extremely challenging on the West Coast and rural projects. At the same time, we've been discussing earlier about reduced Scottish Government funding levels because of the pressures, the overall public sector financial pressures, and we've had funding cuts this year of approximately 25%. So we've got less grant coming in, and we've got higher costs to actually deal with. So we're going to have to look at these new models of delivery, which are less reliant on Scottish Government grant subsidy, to maximise the number of affordable units that we can deliver. So what we're trying to do at the moment is to identify other forms of subsidy, identify the most economic sources of finance, and look at models which make use of the Scottish Government funding as efficiently as possible. And we've been discussing here, and we're working with everybody, that we're working with the pension funds, private sector housing developers, private sector businesses who are looking for housing for their employees, trying to bring other public sector partners into this. We discussed, I think people discussed earlier about release of land for, from the public sector to deliver more housing, and that's something the council has done and prioritised for many years now. We're in discussions, as we say, with Scottish National Investment Bank, UK Infrastructure Bank, and now the infrastructure developers as well. And, we're open for business to discuss funding models with all these parties. The trick will be to deliver models that are attractive to the institutional investors, but also affordable in terms of public subsidy, and in particular affordable to the tenants and homeowners who we're housing. There's no point in us coming up with a model which the rent levels are, £400 a week. It's not going to work in the Highlands. So the council's keen to work with all the partners to try and deliver this. So looking then just at some of the previous contributions, firstly with SSEN, it's really exciting for us to be working with SSEN to actually deliver legacy projects. I think somebody else said earlier, I think it was Mary, said it's a no-brainer, and I totally agree. Why are we building temporary camps and then knocking them back down again and leaving greenfield sites. Here's the real opportunity for some of that money to be used as subsidy to deliver permanent housing. So we're meeting with SSEN and our principal contractors every 3 weeks now, and we're identifying sites which can be used for worker accommodation, then transferred over to either the council, to the housing associations or the communities. And then that will deliver us with real legacy projects. And hopefully, and I say this hopefully, Mary, that we'll be able to do that without any request of Scottish Government funding for those projects, because that's the ideal solution, because then it brings in additionality. We're actually using the Scottish Government projects to fund Scottish Government funding to fund some projects, and these are all additional projects that we'll get in 5 years' time. The only other aspect I think we need to refer to here is we need to be clear about what the impact is on the social services within those communities. And that's why I think we need to be a bit more clever about engagement with the NHS and others to actually provide, you know, medical facilities, shared medical facilities, whatever, when we're actually delivering these projects. We can't just look at housing, and I think people have said this before, we can't just look at housing by itself. Callum's already mentioned the use of non-domestic rates funding, future non-domestic rates funding, to help us cross-subsidise some of the housing that will be required for incoming workers and the local communities that will be impacted on that. I think the work that has been carried out by SFT on leasing schemes is attractive to the Council because it opens opportunities to secure that long-term patient capital investment. Again, the challenge will be that the income generated has to be sufficient to cover the cost of the construction, but also remain affordable to our tenants that will be moving into these new homes. So I personally think that some of these leasing schemes will require some form of subsidy to make them stack up in the Highlands, but that's not impossible now, because we could look at subsidy from a variety of sources. We can look at Scottish Government grant, making best use of the Scottish Government grant. We can look at some of the contributions we're getting from the infrastructure developers, such as the SSE projects, the hydro projects. We can look at the non-domestic rates. We will continue to use the income from second and holiday home council tax to help us deliver more affordable housing. And we'll look at contributions from businesses as well to help create housing for economic purposes. Council's also looking at, using revenue from its social value renewable charter and also from the proposed tourism levy. These can all be used to try and help us deliver more affordable houses in affected areas. The leasing models may also require Scottish Government guarantee. And somebody stole my thunder earlier by talking about it being, is it the Scottish Government or the Council that should provide that guarantee? I think the Council would be happy to look at giving guarantees. The difference is that the Scottish Government guarantees considered more blue chip by investors, therefore attracts lower investor level, lower interest rates. So it's actually, if we can get the Scottish Government to invest in some of these projects, to give a guarantee for some of these projects, we will obtain the best interest rates as they're seen as more blue chip than the Council. I think there's about 40 points difference in it, is what I've been told from pension funds. As discussed with Susan, the Council's working very closely with Scottish National Investment Bank at the moment, and one of the things we're looking at is there a potential here for joint venture models? One of the challenges, and I think it's been touched on earlier, for joint venture models in the Highlands is scale. We'll need to identify sufficient housing sites to make a joint venture structure viable. I think potentially it might be a hybrid model that we're looking at, where it's a number of developers and contractors, so that we can pool together our resources. We're not talking about partnership working here. Previously, everybody's been talking about partnership working. It'd be great for the developers to pull together to actually identify sufficient sites that we can make some sort of joint venture model work, because our sites are actually relatively small. Our development sites are relatively small compared to elsewhere in the UK. We don't have the 2,000 unit sites sprawled across the Highlands. I think that, I think it's been mentioned before, the build-to-rent investment models. Again, Council's keen to try and attract the build-to-rent models. But again, that's going to be challenging the Highlands due to the scale, as well as some of the legislative issues that have been discussed previously. The other issue for us, which perhaps other more urban local authorities don't have, is we need to ensure that any joint venture includes some of the high-cost rural projects, particularly in the West Highlands, to ensure that all new housing is not just being delivered in high-value, low-risk areas. So we need to work our way around that. But on the positive side, the Council is extremely keen to be an active partner in joint ventures, subject to the usual caveats of due diligence and risk assessment. And we could potentially be looking at bringing in land, bringing in finance and bringing in guarantees. So I suppose, repeating the message that everybody else has said here, I think that we need to act quickly in response to the housing challenge. We've spoke about it enough. We need to actually convert some of these ideas that we're discussing today into actions. And just for the sake of Ali Ferguson, that includes getting planning permissions in Spain Bridge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the panel. I mean, I think that's really begun to give us a sense of the range of options for some of the solutions, and some of the, I think, is very heartening to see all the hard work and the thinking that's already being put into this, and that commitment to partnership right across the piece. So I'm conscious that that's been quite a long session, and it's just post-lunch. So we don't have long to go before coffee, but of course we would like to throw the floor open for questions, observations, anything that you've heard that you really like the idea of, that's got you fired up, or something you feel's missing. Over to you. All gone very quiet indeed now. Who's going to be brave? There you go.
Thank you very much. David Frazer, local councillor, Aird and Loch Ness. Particularly enjoyed this afternoon hearing about the importance of communities, not just homes. But I think what I haven't heard is how we build trust with our communities. We're looking to massively change what is happening, the number of houses and things that have been talked about, and the need that with that comes schools, NHS facilities, sports facilities. I could go on with that list. Very often the houses come first. How can communities be confident that at the appropriate time, the facilities that go in there, that will make it communities that are sustainable, long-term, something that we can be proud of as a legacy? How do we build that trust, that confidence, so that communities really feel they can buy into this process? Thank you.
I think we heard a little bit of that earlier on already about early engagement, listening, didn't we? We heard from Springfield and other developers. Would anybody like to say something about trust and communities?
Surely that's a really interesting question. I've done a lot of public consultations over the years, and I bear the scars of those consultations. I think the problem we've had historically is that the first time a local community is known about a development is when a PAN is lodged, proposal application notice is lodged. Even though the site might be allocated in an adopted local plan, that's often the first time they know about it. The new system, putting MCAs to one side for the moment, the new system changes that, and it requires us all to engage earlier in the process. And we're facing that head on as a company. The other thing that I think really important, and some of the other developers in the room might shout at me after this, is there's a role for local place plans here. And provided that local place plan exercise is equitable, involves everybody, all stakeholders, I think that's a real opportunity to meld together the aspirations of the local community and landowners and developers as well. So I think that's a key issue, and if local communities prepare local place plans, I think that's an opportunity for them to set out what they want, but it has to be a proper conversation about accommodating development as well.
Callum?
No, it's a very good point, because a lot of us are very enthusiastic about this, and but we all live in the communities, and quite often you still get asked the question, so what's happening? I can't see what's happening, and I don't know what's coming ahead. So there's definitely because we're moving at pace, that's when there's a risk that some of the community might feel left behind. The one thing I would say is that, and there's not too many big inward investors in the room, so I'll be blunt. I mean, you know, the last census showed us that we lost 3.7% of our working age population. We're continuing to hemorrhage young people from the Highlands, and not just in the West Highlands, but across the West Highlands. One of the things I keep saying is that, unfortunately, doing nothing isn't an option, or we'll be in a bigger problem in 10, 20 years. So that thing about building trust, it's about making sure we explain that. I'm not saying it motivates everybody in the room, but what motivates me certainly is that we're at a junction in this part of the world. We either don't step up to the opportunity and move quickly, and it'll pass us by, and then in 20 years' time we'll look at our census results and see that we've lost another 8% of our young working age population, and we'll be in serious trouble. Or we can step up and move forward. But we can't just do that without explaining that to the community. So, Councillor Fraser, I think it's a very good point. We just need to make sure we're all doing that and our motivation behind it. And it will mean change. But if you look at, everybody in this room is far too young, but if you look at what's happened in the Highlands in the last 50, 80 years, there's already been a lot of change. It's constant. So we just need to make sure we do it in as consultative a way as we can, but make people realise that doing nothing isn't an option.
I think what we've heard this afternoon is that there's lots of ambition, but building houses in the Highlands is more expensive and sometimes more challenging than building houses in Glasgow or in Edinburgh. And we've heard from SFT and we've heard from the Investment Bank and we've heard from Scottish Government. So I suppose my question is, given there is this recognition across the room, across the country, that it is more expensive, I suppose the question is, when the council gets money from whatever source, that recognition is there at the beginning. So effectively, we get a bit more money because it's going to be more expensive.
Can I just, on that, one thing on that is, and I'll start by saying I did spend some time with a house building company, Robertson's, for many years. But one thing, this may be a bit of an international lesson. It always amazes me that in this part of the world we have to make sure we're near water mains. In Scandinavia and Canada, you drill a well. Everyone's got a well. You know, there's certain things and requirements we're placing on ourselves which are well-meaning. For example, maybe some of the fire regulations in respect of houses that get let out, in respect of having electric charging points, in respect of whether we're passive house or maybe just a few degrees below that. And I learned an awful lot from spending some time with MacLeod, a great local business, about how they're looking at efficient models. Maybe we're being well-intentioned, but we're making our houses too expensive. Just a thought. But certainly there's lessons across the world. You could look at how you do housing cheaper.
Yes, are we gold-plating our legislation? I don't know if that's something that the Minister wants to respond to, if he's still with us.
There's a microphone. I think in terms of recognising the cost of housing, there's benchmarking we set aside for local authorities, and that's obviously recognised in the benchmark we set for Highland Council and other rural communities. There are consultations, passive house. I've got the responsibility for that just now, so it's looking at the passive house equivalent in terms of that, and we're obviously engaging with Homes for Scotland as they know on that particular point as well. Best we have here, I've seen Stephen earlier on, I don't know if he's still here,
yes,
talking around about different... There he is, talking about different ways of innovation and so on as well. So there are consultations going on. It's all around about the balance in terms of passive house, for example, because passive house also tackles fuel poverty in a really big scale, and we see the issue of fuel poverty, particularly in the Highlands, in terms of that. So there's consultations going on just now, but that's what they are. They're there for that particular reason. So we've got to get that balance to make sure we're building better houses, we're building more fuel-efficient houses. The benchmarking, as I said, is recognised. But it comes back to the point I think we're kind of talking about before. It's around about trying to get more money into the sector as well, which you've heard from SNIB. SFT in-house and investment task force we're trying to be as flexible as possible. But it's all around about getting that balance and doing that. That's why we're having the consultations and happy to discuss it with anybody after this as well. So.
And are we really, you know, if we're looking to attract investment, do we really want to send the message that there's a development premium in this part of the world? I mean, you made a very good point about with the UK taking a really strong tack on in relation to planning and NIMBYism and so on, and lots of moves afoot to simplify the planning system in England and the rest of the UK, is Scotland going to be at a disadvantage in terms of attracting development house builders?
I mean, we'll always be a massive supporter of the Highlands as a company, and that'll not change, and we'll always get our fair share from group in terms of support. But it's a fact of the matter that the planning system in England is and will be more pro-housing development than it is in Scotland. And we have to compete accordingly.
Yeah. And we're seeing this right across industries and sectors.
Yeah, I think I want to pick that point up, and I recognise in terms of what's been said, and this is coming from the Local Government Association down south and housing associations down south in terms of that as well. When you look at the completion figures for England as well, they're very low in terms of that. Planning, I understand, is obviously an important point, and there's discussions ongoing at that at the moment, but it also needs funding, and we're talking about funding for local authorities. We're about funding for housing associations as well. So if you look at the Local Government Association, if you look at the Association of Housing Associations in England, they are desperately asking for funding. That's one of the key asks they have of the budget next Wednesday. It's one of the key asks we have of the budget next Wednesday as well. So planning plays a major part, but funding has to follow in England and has to follow in Scotland in terms of that. So it's a really important balance point I want to get across there.
Thank you. Did you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just on that attractiveness of Scotland point. I mean, I think that comes back to what I was saying about that confidence for investors. You know, we've all talked today about the huge scale of the economic growth opportunity, and actually investment in housing is part of the unlocking that wider opportunity. So I think there's something here about how we present the whole combined investment picture, the whole place picture, and actually sell that story to investors that we are a country, a region where we have really effective public, private, third sector collaboration. That includes engagement with communities. I think that third sector piece is actually key to that earlier question, actually, about trust and community as well. And that we are, we want to do things differently. There's an appetite to do things quickly, differently, and that's the vision that's being created today. So, yeah, it's easy to look at other places, and we do it as well. We can look and see all the scale of investment happening in other places, but the question is then, well, how do we get some of that here? Let's turn that around and think of that as a positive, that actually if we can create the right environment, create the right vision, then we can make that happen here as well.
Thank you. If there aren't any further questions, there are, okay. That was a great note on which to finish, actually.
Ross McLennan from Cllr Homes. It was really about delivery. And has there been much engagement with trades, subcontractors, and that to allow that upscaling to actually happen? And then if that doesn't happen, how do we focus on that so that we don't end up with a supply and demand issue, costs then go through the roof, we end up with not delivering what we're setting out to deliver?
And the principal of UHI was here earlier, and I don't know is still with us. I don't know if that's something that you would like to speak to, or Skills Development Scotland are in the room as well. So in terms of skills planning.
Yeah, I would actually. I mean, this has been quite an extraordinary day, quite a remarkable day. And one of the questions that came into my head when I was listening to the Minister speak is it isn't just obviously about the role of housing, it's about the attractiveness of the housing. And also I think that one of the things that I'm aware of is that we could be promoting ourselves as a premium location within the UK context. And part of that, of course, is skills delivery and then the expansion that can come from that. So, of course, we're very concerned about skills delivery. I'm very worried about sometimes an inequitous way of delivering funding for my area, which is education, around FE credit, for example, the development of modern apprenticeships. I'm desperately short of FE credits. I know that there are parts of Scotland that have got a surfeit of FE credits, and consequently, I can't deliver to the expectations within this room, whereas others are effectively over-delivering and not necessarily addressing, or we're not necessarily addressing a Scottish and Highland-centric skills issues. So I think there's a whole load of discussion that has to come from this that starts with housing, attractiveness, and then appropriately apportioning resource to ensure that, as has been described, that this UK project succeeds.
Anything you wanted to add to that, Stephen, from a Skills Development Scotland perspective?
Thank you. It's Stephen Sheridan from Skills Development Scotland. I would just echo Chris's points about the capacity they've got within the education sector to deliver. And I think just back to the gentleman from Callum, the majority of apprentices are actually with SMEs, and I think the figures that were shared from about the reduction in SMEs makes it more challenging to grow apprenticeships. We're actually very lucky in the region that we punch above our weight in terms of apprenticeships. About 30% of all the apprentices in the Highlands and Islands are in construction. Chris, for example, as a college, has cleared other provision to expand for construction, and yet we still don't have enough. And I think that fundamentally, a lot of the conversation today about investment, etc., applies to the skills sector as well. That if we have to meet that future challenge, it can't just be business as usual. We're generally going to have to look at capital investment in skills to grow it. But the challenge still is, there's probably not enough traditional SMEs there to really, really grow. So again, we're going to have to consider how we take our apprenticeships. But in many ways, it's a very positive story. I think we've got to follow the growth and the trend and the opportunity there that we're seeing in the area, along with skills as well.
And I suppose it's those industry trends around consolidation into larger businesses and tier one contractors and so on. Minister, I think you're keen to come back on that as well.
Yeah, thanks. And I think that was a point. I was at COHI just a couple of weeks ago, and I think your chief executive was there, and we raised that particular point. And I've had discussions with Graham Day on this particular point, and we're having discussions with the council after this on that specific point, because I know Niall and I have had that chat saying skill shortage and job shortage is going to be one of the biggest challenges. I think what we need to do is trying to quantify that, work with the sector as much as we possibly can, work with the colleges and SDS, and trying to quantify that, and how do we then tackle that, because if we don't, it'll slow everything down. It'll slow down the construction of houses, it'll slow down other construction in terms of that. So it's already been identified and picked up on. I think we just need to go into a little bit more detail on that, but you've got my commitment to take that forward in that regard.
Thank you. Just one small point as well is we could probably have a similar event like this focused 100% on skills.
Yes, totally.
Because that's hand in hand. Be absolutely assured that the partners in the room are and have been looking at this really closely. One thing to say is that because we anticipated this being a big challenge, one of the things that the Green Freeport in this part of the world did that no other Freeport has done across the whole UK is take some of the national insurance savings that some of the big employers are having and putting it into a skills fund, skills and innovation. But predominantly it's about a recognition that we really need to shake the tree and make sure that every young person, or indeed old person, whoever wishes to in this part of the world or near this part of the world, who wants to come and retrain and train in construction, in electrical, and all those core delivery skills can do so. But that's a journey we're on, and it's something we're planning for already.
Great. Okay. No more questions? We're all good? Oh, there's one final one then. Quick one.
Hi, thank you. My name's Andy Knight. I'm from a company called TSL Contractors, and we started off in Mull, and now our mainland bases are open in Fort William. And earlier on, there was a lot of positivity, and that's great. It's been a great event, I think. But I did think that perhaps earlier on the costs were slightly getting glossed over. And so I would like to just bring forward an actual example of cost increases. And about 10 years ago, 2014, we were given a challenge of building 50 houses outside Lobban at Dunbeg. And the budget was £4 million. And we looked at it, I thought we can't quite do it for that. We ended up agreeing on £4.5 million for 80 units. So 82,500 a unit. And now our costs will be approximately 2.5 times that in the same location. Now it's 10 years, so there's been a lot of inflation, but the recent inflation has absolutely made it very hard to get anywhere close to budget. And I mean, we've just finished on Colonsay, building houses in Colonsay. It's taken us 2.5 years. It's been a real challenge. We just finished it last week, thank goodness. And The West Coast, as Alan alluded to earlier, it's a real challenge delivering anything that gets close to Scottish Government benchmark.
Thank you. That was really important, I think, to pull that point through. So thank you for that. We are now at coffee time, but before I let you go, I would really like to thank the sponsors again for today, without whom today would have been possible. SSEN Transmission, Burness, Paull, Scottish National Investment Bank, and of course we've very much enjoyed working in partnership with Highland Council, who is going to take forward the next session. I am just going to also finish by reminding you of the 3 questions and the QR codes about working together to maximise the availability of additional private finance. Levers or mechanisms locally or nationally can we deploy to maximise the availability of land and maximising the capacity of delivery partners, and what kind of supports we do delivery. And hopefully, I mean, I think you've heard a lot of the potential solutions in this panel this afternoon. So I would like to thank all of our panellists and who are not listed on the screen, but they are in front of me on this piece of paper. So Karen, thanks so much for sharing your news with us. Also to Callum McPherson from Green Freeport, Jenny Davis from Scottish Futures Trust, Susan Campbell from Scottish National Investment Bank, Bruce Walker from Barrett and Homes for Scotland, and last but not least, Alan Maguire from Highland Council. Thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the very strange experience now of introducing a man who probably needs no introduction to anybody, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I'm going to introduce you to the leader of Highland Council, Councillor Raymond Bremner.
Firstly, everybody, listen, looking at you all there just now and seeing how many of you have actually stayed for the day, I'd like to thank you very much for coming along and being with us today. I know that Councillor Glynis Sinclair, my colleague, I'm sure will refer later to this, but I'm going to acknowledge some of the contributions that have been made today. Thanks very much, Minister, for coming along. It means a lot to us. You coming up to the Highlands and supporting us here at our conference. To all our partners and stakeholders, you know who you are. You're all here, and we've been working with you for some time in some capacity or in some forum, and it's lovely to see you all supporting us here today. And thanks very much to my colleagues who are sitting in amongst you. But also, I'd really like to pay a bit of a tribute, actually, to our officers, but the Chief Executive, and to our senior officers and all their staff who've worked so hard. Some of them are with you and amongst you today, and they're the ones that have actually helped us deliver this conference. So if you wouldn't mind, would you please show your appreciation to them? Many of you will know that I am not a fan of referring to a Highland housing emergency here in our part of the world. Today has, for me, it's confirmed that whilst we can recognise our housing challenges in all their variable forms across an area that's bigger than Wales, plus 20%, and dash near the size of a country of Belgium, we also have the solutions within our own grasp. That's why you and we are here today. That's why I didn't want a paper that brought to Council in summer stating that we had a housing emergency. The Chief Executive will know that, as will the Convener. We called it a housing challenge and then looked to bring you all together to corporately recognise that challenge, but also to recognise the solutions. And you have had all of that referred to in spades today. I remember, and some of you will probably remember as well, certainly Callum McPherson, his eyes nearly popped out his head when I was at the Green Energy Conference earlier this year. and made the announcement of our social value charter, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And I know that Alan and I know that many of you, including Callum, think it's a fantastic idea as well by the time that so many of you are here. And we'd like to think that we can all corporately buy into that social value charter. A number of you have grabbed that opportunity, along with us at Highland Council, to let folks know that you're prepared to commit to delivering a sustainable solution in respect of our housing needs for the future. I know that one of the first folks that have made their commitment is SSE, and you've heard of their commitment today, this morning, with their contribution, and I'd like to thank them very much for that. But you know, there is also work that's going there's also work that's going on in the background that you might not know about. For instance, without getting parochial, this is just an instance that I know about because it's in my own area. I live in Caithness and in the town of Wick, and Brian and his team will know about this. We were going about having a look at some of the things that SSE, you know, we were going about with SSE, having a look at some of the things that maybe we could see as a community benefit in our town. And it just so happened that we had this perchance conversation where I introduced him to our principal housing officer for Caithness and Sutherland, and that it transpired that we had a block of flats with just about with a couple that were tenanted, and but we hadn't let them out given the need to refurbish them, the need to see reinvestment in them. And when you're looking at somebody like SSE who are looking to house workers and what have you, you can get into this discussion and this dialogue in terms of what a legacy might look like in 5 or 6 years' time if a company like SSE had the ability to be able to see that as a community benefit or a community legacy in future years after they've had the ability to be able to house their workers in it. And I can tell you that out of that little conversation and how it ended up going to our senior officers and also within SSE themselves, and I've spoken to our senior officers and SSE about telling you about this today. They're now going to be investing in those flats, and their workers will they'll be looking to be housed in those flats, and there's some sensitive dialogue and discussion to be had with folks in the area, but it's quite a deprived area of my hometown. And I know that in a few years' time, we'll look back on that. It's still the council's properties, and we'll be able to look back on that once SSE have moved on, and we will have that as renovated, regenerated houses in the town of Wick for us to be able to have people get the benefit of those houses in the future. They will. We have the ability to be able to look at improving their energy rating. We have the ability to look at solar panels. We have the ability to be able to improve the whole, aesthetic look as well of that area. And it also helps with our carbon footprint and our journey to net zero. Now, that's the kind of thing that we have not been letting you know about in this conference, but it's going on. And we are more than happy to talk to any of the rest of you where you feel that that is something that you would like to look at along with the Highland Council in terms of what really would be community benefit and community legacy for years to come. Having delivered our Highland Council Housing Challenge paper, we've now seen the delivery of this summit. We're really keen to be part of positive outcomes and realising them sooner rather than later. You said that in spades earlier on. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many of you in discussions. High Rep, Alistair, thanks very much. We've been working so much with in terms of housing at High Rep. UK Reef and Leeds, Space Scotland, you're here, are you? Have you gone? You were here this morning. Scottish Cities Alliance in London and in Dundee and in Glasgow, Cohigh in Shetland, in the Western Isles, in Orkney, and Cllr. And it was lovely to see John, who was my fellow colleague at Cllr, and he's now joined. In fact, I've seen John more often now that he has left as leader of Dundee City Council, either in person or here in the Highlands. So, folks, the Chief Executive and myself have been tasked with facilitating the development of an action plan based on your answers to 3 questions that you've had the ability to be contributing to all day. Hands up if you've contributed to it. That is terrible. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You've had, oh, you're so riveted to the panels and your questions and your, yeah, okay, yeah. Right, what I want you to do, you need to see the QR code at your tables just now. You need to take a picture of that. It will take you to the website and you will have those 3 questions. You don't need to answer them right now. We are going to give you a bit of time and that's going to be facilitated by a few of us, including the Chief Executive. But please ensure that you've looked at that. We'll be giving you a few minutes to deal with it, but just be aware of that. Sort it out just now. Anyway, you've heard 4 commitments and 4 or announcements from us that have been made by the Highland Council today. I just want you to be reminded of what those are. So the first one, as a key tool for addressing the housing challenge and understanding future housing and employment needs, we're taking early action by announcing the launch for a call for sites for the Highland Local Development Plan by the end of 2024. You heard Councillor Gowans on about this earlier on. This is some 6 months ahead of when it was originally intended to be. Developers and landowners across the Highlands are encouraged to start preparing their submissions, and a template that will be used to submit sites will be available shortly on the Council's website. Okay, that's the first one. The second one is building on our recently adopted Inner Murray Firth Local Development Plan. The Council has agreed how we intend to utilise master plan consent areas to enable the direct delivery of the Green Freeport and address future housing needs. Master plan consent areas will provide an alternative mechanism for master planning and securing planning consent for development. I won't go on to detail the rest of that point. You heard it being made by Councillor Gowans earlier on. The third one, rural housing. It makes an important contribution to housing supply in Highland, and a report is to be considered by the Economy and Infrastructure Committee in November that clarifies the critical role that rural housing plays in addressing the housing challenge, whilst ensuring that there is as much flexibility as possible for additional housing to be provided within housing groups. You think about it. You have a spaceport, you have Kishorn, you have loads of stuff going on in Caithness, you have loads of stuff going on in the Freeport. It is important that we recognise the contribution made by the rural areas because they have got a huge part to play in this as well. The fourth one, the Council recognises the need to ensure the process of reaching a planning decision on developments is a key hurdle. We understand that. As a result, the Council is to begin an integrated housing delivery service where senior officials will be available to sit down face-to-face with major housing scheme applicants to discuss outstanding issues. Slots will be available for booking, with the intention of dealing with any blockages or technical issues that need to be overcome prior to a decision being recommended. It's something that we picked up from many of you during this morning's discussions. And in conversation with some of you, we understand that some local authorities seem to be pulling back from that. And yet here we are saying, no, let's meet, let's do it in person, let's have a chat with you to see what's the blockages, let's see what we can do about removing them. That was 4. Get ready for another 2. The Council today is committed to repaying £6 million into the Housing Land Bank Fund to assist in the delivery of more affordable housing throughout the Highlands as part of its budget setting process for 2025-2026. And the last one, the Council is committed to continue to work with renewable energy developers across the region as part of our social value from Renewables Charter, building on the progress that we've already seen being made today with SSEN and leaving a lasting legacy of housing provision from the renewables revolution. I can see another headline in the papers coming on for me. And now, I'm going to hand you over to our Chief Executive, Derek Brown, and he's going to let you know how we're going to play out the rest of the afternoon after giving you an address from himself. But thanks very much for the opportunity to be able to address you today. It's lovely seeing you all, and we'll catch up with you later on. Many, many thanks.
So when the construction of this day was being developed under the leadership of Councillor Sinclair Campbell, we were quite keen to explore three options with the wider partnership, or three areas with the wider partnership. One was about how we can bring more additional finance through public sector, private sector partnership. The second was about how we can maximise land supply. And the third is how we can engender as much delivery capacity into Highlands across the whole area as possible. And those are the three questions that are on your table, and we're going to give you some time to discuss that in groups at your tables. But really, we want to try and capture as much of the conversation as possible. So we will have an opportunity for some of you to feed back into the room after the 20-minute discussion. But we really want to try and get as much stuff written down on paper as possible. So we're therefore asking you to put as many thoughts as you can into the online tool that's set up to capture your thinking. So a part of that setup for that discussion is just to remind you about a few things that we've heard about today, and I suppose to replay back a sort of synthesis of some of the thinking actually that's come out of this room today, which has been, I think, powerful. And it sounded to me as though we were sort of collectively mobilising towards a sort of joint action. And I suppose we want to try and capture as much of that in an action plan. So I suppose a big element of this is making the challenge doable. So the cost of the additional 12,000 houses that we would require to build, that MacLeod talked about earlier, over the next 10 years is about £2.8 billion. But when you factor in some of the things we've already talked about in terms of the potential concession of NDR from the Green Freeport, things we might be able to do in terms of social value from renewables, even the SSEN announcement today, you're starting to chunk down that problem. And you're starting, we heard from our colleague in SNIB as well, Susan, and we were starting to see how we might have mechanisms for chunking down that challenge. But it remains an important thing. We also heard from people across, it was Callum's phrase, but we heard from various people about the importance of aligning our story in Highland. And one of the reasons why we want to do that is to give the certainty to investors and to developers. So the clarity of the purpose of the action plan, the clarity of the story makes Highland an investable proposition, and I think that's what we're trying to do together. And that's about the certainty of the pathway towards housing creation. And again, the announcements that Raymond's just reiterated there enable that. A big part of this, of course, and many of you will benefit from this, is enabling business growth. And as somebody who's worked very closely with businesses in the last 10, 12 years in local government in various forms, the main barriers to business growth tend to be around about things to do with planning and workforce. And if you think about it, between Chris O'Neill and myself, we control most of the supply side solutions to workforce need that there might be. And I would welcome the discussion about skills that Callum referred to earlier at a future opportunity. And obviously, the reason why we've got the social value from Renewables Charter is to secure a legacy from investment for the people and places of the Highlands. The £110 billion of investment that Alistair Dodds talked about, the £35 billion of additional GVA that Alistair mentioned, the 6,000 additional jobs he mentioned early on, plus those promised through the Green Freeport, through Callum's presentation. I mean, there is this unique opportunity, isn't there? And I think the responsibility of everybody in the room, whether you're coming from a public or private sector point of view, is to make sure we do secure that longer-term legacy, because it benefits everybody. It's about mutual enlightened self-interest. And I suppose, it's also must be obvious to everybody in this room that we are talking about the future of Scotland and the UK's energy security. The stakes couldn't be higher. And in the next 20 years or so, the totality of investment and what it might realise for Highland people and places is quite incredible. So we want to maximise co-investment, public-private sector co-investment, and we want to strengthen our supply chain. And we've heard from lots of people today who've made those types of points, and I've mentioned some of them. I could mention more. So on the finance piece, the question is really, how do we leverage additional private public sector investment? And I suppose one of the things I'm going to throw on the table here is whether we're talking about social value from renewables, or we're talking about NDR concessions, or we're talking about SSEN's ASTI piece, or whether we're talking about the visitor levy that we'll consult on in due course. Really, it's best to see these things as mechanisms for co-investment, potentially massive value in them. I think we need to see the totality of them as mechanisms for co-investment. And I suppose on the finance question, we're asking, what is it you need in terms of additional finance, and what can you bring to the table? And you should be sitting at quite a mixed group, where there'll be a mixture potential of energy developers, housing developers, people from public sector partnership organisations. So you should be able to have a rich discussion about that. And then when it comes to land supply, obviously you've heard the announcements about the call for more sites. You've heard about the £6 million contribution to land banking. You've heard about master plan consent areas. I suppose my question is, even if we had more land tomorrow, would we be able to immediately move to develop it? And I suppose my question really about land supply is not just how do we get more land. I suppose my question is, how do we quickly move into a development phase? And I suppose that's a challenge I'll leave for that discussion. And again, from your perspective, from your organisation's perspective, what is it you need? What can you bring to the table? And the need might come from the private sector and it might come from the public sector. And the last thing, I guess, in terms of delivering additional capacity for development, you know, obviously we've talked about bringing our integrated housing service. Obviously, we've heard discussion earlier on from our developers about building on existing strengths, Karen's piece about building on existing strengths within the developer models. The flexibility we'll bring for rural homes, hopefully in November. Some of the workforce things that Chris was talking about relating to developing capacity, and also being more innovative and supporting our SMEs. I suppose the questions remain, how do we build that developer confidence? So therefore, again, in terms of developing capacity within the system to enable and expedite more rapid house building to meet our challenge, what do you need? And what can you bring? And out of all of that, ladies and gentlemen, what we want to do is we want to try and form a collective partnership plan that people can say, yeah, we were in the room that day, we recognise where that's come from, and that can help us mobilise with certainty about the future. So for the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, that's your task. 3 questions. What do you need? What can you bring? Over to you. And then we'll pick people at the end just to represent a few of the group's conversations. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if I could have everybody's attention, please. So for this last bit, because we really don't have a lot of time, and we did say we'd finish by 4 o'clock, so we're going to do that. What I've arranged is that if there are 2 or 3 people who have a burning question they'd like to ask, and I really mean this in the nicest possible way. I don't mean a speech. I do mean a question you'd like to ask. If you have a question, I think there will be someone in the room who could answer it. So if you would like to ask a question, this is your chance to volunteer that. Whilst you're thinking about that, can I ask you, and this is your sort of homework from today, can I ask you to make sure that you lodge some feedback through those questions? We want to try and capture as much of the thinking as possible. We know there's been rich discussion through the day, both in the informal and the formal sessions, so we really need to capture as much as possible, and we will use that as fuel for what we do. And the council leader was talking to me about maybe doing a follow-up event once we've captured some of that in due course, and I think Councillor Sinclair Campbell may say something about that in a minute. So would anybody like to ask a question? Go for it. Can you introduce yourself? We'll get the microphone to you.
Thank you. Nicola Barclay from Built Environment Smarter Transformation, or BEST, as most people know us. It was a question that came up on our table. I mean, I've come up from Edinburgh today, and I'll be quite honest, I didn't know half of what was going on. So what is the PR and comms strategy to get the message out beyond the Highlands so everybody, not just in Scotland, but in the UK, knows what an amazing job is happening here and what brilliant ambition and opportunity there's going to be? Because how do we attract people here if they don't even know it's happening?
So I don't know who would like to answer that question, but I think, Callum, have you got something you'd like to say to that? And maybe Malcolm as well?
Yeah, just you're absolutely right, and we have. I promise you, we've tried, and a lot of people in this room have spent time in Brand and London. You know what? In some ways, I think we've already had a couple of big investments, but even they didn't really grab people's attention. I think we need probably 3 or 4 of these very large things to happen to generate a momentum, not just a one-off. And then you've got a really clear story to say that this is the start of a very large journey, not just. I mean, the Sumitomo investment, absolutely fantastic. £350 million in this area. Hardly got a single line in the broadsheets in the Central Belt. If it had been a quarter of the size, then it would have been a big story. So we almost need to get to the point where we start talking billions of investment confirmed, and then we use that to multiply it. But it's an ongoing challenge, which is to keep pressing on all the time.
And great to see Daisuke Mori here earlier on from Sumitomo, and also Lewis from Haventus, which was the other big investment decision. Malcolm?
No, I don't think I'll add to what Cam said there, but I do sometimes think we are not very good at telling our story beyond the Highlands. So I think it's incumbent on you, Nicola, to get back down the Central Belt on the train and make sure you're our advocate, as well as the number of people who are here from Glasgow, Edinburgh, and even Fort William. So.
Now, see, Fraser, what that was 2 hits for 1 there, so that's what he did. Anybody else want to ask a question?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Just on that point on investment and the point that Callum made, there's a role for government in terms of this. Government have obviously tried to mention about investment there, but there's a role for government to try and lead on this in terms of investment as well. And we just had a chat around about investment for housing, but investment in infrastructure, investment into transport, for example. So there's a real role for government. I will take that back to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister on that point. But we need to lead on this. It's getting the message out. It's not just Highlands. This is for Scotland. And Scotland is benefiting for this as well. So that's a clear message for me to take back on that point.
Thank you very much, Minister. Any other questions? Yes. Could maybe get a microphone to you. If you could introduce yourself as well.
I'm Andrew Troop from Cllr Energy, and we've been promoting a pumped hydro scheme in Loch Ness, and you can tell I'm not from here. We think around the table here that this is a suggestion that, and it sounds slightly counterintuitive, but that that the private sector developer should pay even more money up front, and that the local authority and particularly the statutory consultees who are overloaded, under-resourced, denuded to a large extent, huge amount of sympathy for them. But we make sure that that extra money is made available for all the people that have to participate in the planning process so that we can actually get it unblocked much more quickly. So I'm not talking about the decision. I'm talking about getting it to the point of a decision. Now, we know what's going on with the ECU. It's getting a lot of extra money, a lot of extra funds. But down in the trenches, before it gets to ECU, it's taking an enormous amount of time to actually get responses. And it's holding up. In our particular project, we're probably at least 10 months behind where we thought we were going to be. The quality of the people we're talking to, and I'm not just being sycophantic, they genuinely are pretty impressive people. So that's not our gripe. The gripe is they don't have the resource. So I don't know who does this, but somebody needs to make sure these statutory consultees know that they can get access to outside consultants to help get stuff processed. So they've got the money, but they're basically made aware that they've got a list of people they can go to help unblock this and support them. That's desperately needed. Otherwise, it just gets blocked.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we'll take that on board. There's a lot of private sector housing developers and private sector energy developers in this room today, and one of the reasons why we wanted to construct the conversations we've done it is so we could hear different voices, and everybody's going to have their views on that issue. What I'm trying to work out is what's the role of the council in enabling things. And partly that will be to do with some things which are under our direct control, and other things are things we just might influence. I'll take one more question. Yes, from over here.
Hi, Samantha Faircliffe from Highland Tourism. I've also got business in Aviemore, Cairngorm Brewery. I'd just like to, I'm not objecting to what the man said, but I just feel for developers here, if we actually want to achieve the housing and get it done quickly, it's part of the speeding up process, not making it even less viable for the developers to actually get it to even break even, never mind make a profit. It's just an observation. It's really difficult for them to do that. So.
There you are, and this is why we constructed the conversations as we've done it. So, I suppose I'm just going to quickly sum up. What we've tried to do today is capture your views about how we bring additional finance. We're hoping you're going to give us some ideas about that. How we can maximise land supply, but I'm not just talking about getting land available. I'm talking about it getting to fruition in terms of development. And the third thing to enable that is how can we build developer capacity. And that means probably, you know, expanding the current profile of developer capacity we have for the scale of the challenge we have. And I'm going to close there, but I'm asking if everybody can give their written feedback. And my last delight is just to introduce to you Councillor Sinclair Campbell, who is our Convener of Housing and Property, who's going to sum up. A round of applause for Councillor Sinclair Campbell.
I would like to thank McDonald Hotels for their excellent hospitality today. I'd like to thank sponsors and invited guests, Paull McLennan MSP, colleagues, and thank you to everyone for making today's summit a huge success. We are committed to organise a follow-up housing summit to update and inform you of our progress, and I hope you will be able to join us early in the new year. And the last thing I'd like to say is have a safe journey home. Thank you.